It seems like
Hmm. Chodź, Fajdo. No chodź. No chodź. O. No chodź. Hmm. Well, we'll start with this, I guess. We'll see how many people join the stream proper. Whoop! As I try to defeat this annoying enemy. Nothing changes, nothing. Dot definition. parry it. We'll try. Oh my god, last hit. Of course. I have failed at the last mark. Don't worry though. We'll get it.
Watch out, my elk.
And I did not get it. Oh.
On me. Blades sharpened. Still need your help. I'm back.
Oh well. Maximum damage.
Alright.
I got this.
Yeah, we got this.
Okay.
Let's go. Boom. 47,000.
Chroma is flowing.
It is flowing. Let's see.
Nestle, dodge.
Take cover.
Oh my god. Really? Really? Oh
The dance.
my god! Come on! Come on! Ugh! He died in such a stupid way as well. Ugh. Nope. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Qu'est-ce que c'est? Wird es? I wonder if anybody even knows that I'm live and alive. Okay, let's try again. We try again. Doesn't matter. You try again. You try again until we get it. That is my motto. Or until I just decide to do something else. Take your pick. Mael! Ooh! Mael!
Please survive.
Watch out, my elk.
Alright. Whoa, we've done well. I don't think I even need to do the thing. I don't think... Oh well, I'll do it. Why not? Last chance.
Time to hit big.
Yeah, we're gonna kill you. Wow. Poor little boy.
Ready to parry.
Well, I was not ready to parry. I thought I was ready to parry, but I was not. I sincerely thought I was ready to parry. I thought I would parry this. Whatever.
Okay.
Oh, okay, we're gonna try a few more times. And then we're gonna, you know.
Ready to parry.
Annoying as hell.
Parry it.
Yes, that's how you do it. That's how you parry.
Lune.
Very good. Very good. That's how I'm supposed to do it.
Parry it.
Mm-hmm.
Ready to parry.
You're supposed to jump here, not parry.
Let's spill some ink. Lost chance.
Last chance. Virtuose stands en garde.
Take cover.
There you go. Oh my god, I should probably tell people that I'm live. Since nobody's here, it seems like 2 viewers. Come on. Come on. Hmm. Gonna bait it. Hmm.
I've got this. I've got this.
Feel the embrace of fire. A storm is coming.
Oh, hello, a viewer. Okay. Anyone? I have to. God, I have to. Oh, never mind. Oh my goodness. Hmm. Oh, hello. Okay. Hello, Greater Rank. Yes, I've been waiting for anybody to come here to watch me die to this enemy. Hello, fake Cal Parker. How are you?
Brace yourself.
Careful now.
Ah! Oh my god. No way. Oh.
I won't disappoint.
Oh my god. You see me in good spirits? I try. I have to be. On stream, I have to be. I have to channel my inner energetic thing.
Blades sharpened. Time to
How are you? You think I'm gonna beat these enemies now? You think I can do it? Hmm. Hmm.
This will hurt.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Brace yourselves.
Okay. I'm bracing. Woo! I braced. I braced correctly. Hold on. One more brace.
Watch out.
A storm.
And now it's my turn. Alright. Good. Oh my god. My arms turn, legs back and head. My sleep weird. Oh. Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. That's not good at all. Huh. Interesting. What do you think the odds are? Hold on, what? Huh. Hmm.
Let's push forward.
Let us push forward.
Ready to evade. I'll do it.
Ah!
You're outmatched.
You're outmatched.
Might hurt. Time to strike.
Alright. Wait, nobody wants to say they think I'll win this. It feels like nobody believes I can win this fight. And now if I lose, it'll be because of all of you not believing in me, quite honestly. What the? This is all your fault. I died! Okay, what the hell? This is because of lack of cheering, okay, from the audience. Wow. No. Jesus Christ, no. No, 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 no. Do you know nothing about this? Why aren't you playing this game, Fake Cal Parker? That's my question.
Watch out, my owl.
Let's dance. Okay.
Ready to evade.
You see. It's okay, I'll be spending most of my money on antidepressants soon. Or something.
Let's dance.
Yoink. Look at this, bam! Oh, I got wasted on a shield. Okay, look at this, check this out. Last chance. Now I'm all clean and stuff, and now, last chance. Cool, huh?
Blade.
Huh?
This will hurt.
Holy crap, that's damage. That's damage. Okay.
Let's carve a path. Careful now.
Danger.
No! I thought I parried this. I cannot believe this. Come on.
The eternity of ice.
Aren't you pissed off together with me? Come on. You're pissed off together with me, right? Now I want to check it out. Huh. Oh my gosh. I know nothing. You know everything, okay? You know more than you let on.
I'm ready.
Ah. Oh.
On me. Ready to parry. Guard up.
Hmm.
Time to hit big.
Stanceless. Gustav homage. For Gustav, I do this homage. Oh wow. The homage was not enough. Look at this.
Parry it.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. So did you see that? That's so many hits and I parried them all. Like a pro.
Bring it on.
Huh? Right? Like a pro, right? Yeah? Cheering?
Danger.
Get ready.
Yeah? Why do you hate the control? What's wrong with the control of MGS1?
Better.
On your statistics decide how much damage you do with your parry, I guess. And meeting some mechanical criteria.
Better.
Alright, let's...
On me.
Watch out, my L.
Yes! Oh my god. Oh my god, yes. Yes.
Take cover.
I feel like I have a chance now. Last chance. Last chance. Boom. Like this. And now we are going to do sword ballet against this enemy. Look at that.
Ready to strike.
And now we finish him.
My
Look at that. All right. Yes. Oh my god. Yes.
Careful, Mael.
Mael. Now we finish this mother quacker. Oh yeah. Feeling good.
Ready to parry.
Feeling good. I was feeling good for a second there.
Not looking good.
I should not be feeling good ever again. I've learned my lesson. I will never feel good about myself ever again.
leave us yet.
Woo! Alright. Excellent. Lucy should feel good. Well, I'm afraid that is difficult. His actions move circle instead of X in the menu. I mean, yeah, but that's just that's probably because Metal Gear Solid probably retained the Japanese way of controls. In Japan you confirm with circle, and in Europe you confirm with the X. Actually, in Final Fantasy VII, the original, you also confirmed with the circle. I should feel good, but it's very difficult under circumstances. Elemental Genesis.
Meet your reckoning.
It can be very difficult to feel good. I'm not gonna lie. Sadly, okay. It can be.
Lightning dance.
Your end is nigh. I've got this.
Please survive.
I am trying to survive. I'm trying my best, okay? Oh. Oh my god. This is also switching to first person is weird, but I guess it's fine because it's mostly for reconnaissance. Yeah. Let's see, I don't know what to talk about. You should talk about your day. Let's look at this. Look at this. Last chance. Okay. You should talk about how I'll beat this enemy finally. And then we'll be able to go to the next one. That'll become my next wall.
Oh well.
Ow! All right. Let's do this.
Quake in fear.
Not impressed.
No! No! Oh my god, I'm about to die again. Oh, I hate this. I'm telling you, it's because of lack of cheering. I cannot believe this. If you cheered on, I would have beaten this already by this point. Or rather, at this point. It's all the audience's fault. It's like it's the failure of the leftist audience or something. It's like, you know, I feel like that's the case. And my feelings trump your facts. There's this content creator that has been playing Metal Gear Solid 1 recently. He even was dressed up as Solid Snake. What the fuck?
See.
I wasted my resurrection
Ready to evade.
for that. I cannot believe I wasted my resurrection for that. That easily parryable hit.
Ungagged. Not giving up. This will hurt.
It will hurt. We killed him. Get him, Verso. Get him. Get him, boy. Get him, boy.
Maximum damage.
Maximum damage. Oh my gosh. I feel maximally damaged. To be quite honest. My god. Alright. I'm switching gears. This is our last. I'm not gonna torture you with this all night, so this is our last attempt, okay? Before we. You know what I mean, right? We're gonna.
You're outmatched.
Did I apply stun?
A storm is coming.
I'm gonna send him to hell. Burp.
On me.
Ready to parry. I was ready to parry. Boom! I parried and I counter-attacked.
Danger.
Alright, alright, alright. Card up.
Oh well. Coming.
Huh. Huh.
Okay.
You're not okay, but that's okay because we are losing last chance.
Not giving up.
My goodness. Whew. I feel like we're doing good. Uh, hmm. Oh yeah. By the way, oh yeah, we're gonna watch that video. We're gonna start drama with Adam something, I guess.
This will hurt.
Get ready. Not impressed.
No! Okay, this is gonna be last time. Okay, this is gonna be the last one, okay? That video do be pretty pants though. Okay, we're gonna watch it and we're gonna get hate from, no, actually I don't think Adam something fans are as horrible as Asmongold ones, but Fido got nervous by my screaming. Fido got nervous by my rage. Well, fake Alec Cal Parker always says that I have to be more alive during those streams, so you know what?
Watch out.
I feel like in a way you're all getting what you want, right? Kind of. This does not count. I'm just gonna die now. I want a proper last attempt. Okay, I want a proper last attempt, not whatever this is. All right. You seem more livelier. Keep it up. I try. I've rested a lot today. I ate a lot today. Maybe I'm just underfed, usually. Because I've actually ate a lot today. Maybe I'm just starved, usually. And it's like, you know, it ends up being a giant mess of me being out of energy. But today I ate a gigantic meal. Okay, this does not count. If I cannot parry that attack, then I might as well go home, okay? I might as well. I should have just let myself die here. Is anybody here in the chat to witness me being lively? Also, I tried, okay? I tried having a debate with a streamer, but I guess the streamer is not responding to me, so I guess no debate for me. I told you I'm too small. Nobody wants me in. Nobody wants me on. Nobody wants to talk to me. Nobody wants the hassle of debating me on anything. Because a big streamer has nothing to gain and everything to lose from losing a debate with somebody like me. That's the reality. Oh my god. Oh. Everybody's talking about Destiny, aren't they? Everybody and their uncle are talking about it. Do you want me to talk about Destiny as well? I wanted to avoid talking about Destiny because it's drama, but... God.
Brace yourself.
Careful now.
What do you think? I am livelier, but you know what? The chat is less livelier. I know it's less lively, okay? I'm gonna say it because Asmongold fan said that my English is bad, so... In case anybody just throws a whole thing at me saying, oh, it's not more livelier, it's... Whatever. You know what I mean.
Still need your help.
You know? A bunch of comments saying, your video sucks, you're just stupid and bad. And I say, okay, what did I say in the video that was incorrect? Well, you're trans and mentally ill. Oh, okay. I understand. Ah.
Just try it.
Oh my god. I mean, Asmongold's fans barely know their own language, let alone their other... I was not aware that Dylan Burns said on his stream that he watched Asmongold because I watched it. But oh well, I guess stuff like that happens. You know? It happens. Apparently I've made another person suffer through that video.
Disaster expedition.
Somehow.
I've got this.
Ugh. Dodge Verso. Don't suck Verso.
Now's our chance. Chroma is flowing.
I would debate Ukraine, but again, I'm so small that I'm never invited into anything Ukraine related and nobody wants to debate me on it. 101. I was supposed to debate Lactoid, but unfortunately that never... Oh my god, that was mess. That was a one person that actually wanted to debate me on it, but I had to cancel 50 times in a row, and at some point he just sort of gave up on me. That is my bad.
Brace yourselves.
Okay, one more time, please, one more time, okay? If I see the chat being more lively and, I don't know, telling me to stop, I'll stop, okay? Until then, I'm gonna do one more, okay, please, one more. My God, please, one more. Is that okay? Is that okay if I do it? Keep going? Yeah, okay. I'll keep going. Alright. Okay. I'm never giving up. Giving up is not my style. It's not my jam.
Parry it.
Fake Alec Cal Parker, you should be my manager. You should find me debate opponents.
Incoming.
Careful, Mael. Careful, Mael.
Oh,
On me.
I'm your editor. I'm promoting you. Okay, I'm just dying now. I'm promoting you to manager. If I can get anybody to debate me, I will do it. Especially on Ukraine. I don't know if I've mentioned it, but I've had a really angry in real life debate with a person from England
Take cover.
on Ukraine recently. A person that I consider a buddy, a friend, I guess. Yeah, a friend. But they really, during the discussion about Ukraine, they really got me angry. Oh my God.
Bring it on.
Let's dance.
Watch out, Mael.
Please survive. Blades sharp. I'm okay. This will hurt.
You know? You
Incoming.
know what I mean? Wow. Nobody's interested in my debate. Nobody's interested. Hey, tell us the details or whatever. What did the person say? What got you so pissed off? And I'd be like, well, you know. Hold on.
Prepare for oblivion.
Oh my God, that is a lot of damage. Who was it? It was a person from England, my acquaintance. They used all the bad arguments, like The current situation was inevitable. Ukraine never could have won using military means, and it should have done a deal early on. And some of those arguments really pissed me off. Like, how can you be pro NATO as a leftist? Oh, man. And that Russia had valid concerns about NATO expansion. Oh, that one. Oh, oh, my goodness. I actually got really pissed. I actually got really, really pissed in that debate. Like when he said that from the perspective of Western powers, Ukraine is a nowhere country, you know? It's just a nowhere country. Then I said, well, Poland is also a nowhere country. That's why Poland depended so much on NATO for protection from Russia. Poland is just as much of a nowhere country as Ukraine, if I'm to accept even the premise. You know?
Let's dance.
We accept you. You expect me to say what are you having to? So what do you think? Now that I've said, what do you think? I have given you the TLDR. What do you think? On certain topics, I actually don't know if I would be able to keep my usual cool during debates. I actually don't know. I actually don't know. With that person in real life, I was not able to keep my cool at all.
On me. Parry it.
I told him that because I think he said that it has to end in that Ukraine has to accept the negotiation, but I said that it's really easy to sit comfortable. Oh my god, okay. I said that it's really easy to sit comfortable and give up territory with millions of people in it, think that the killing will stop because the goal is to stop the killing, ignoring the fact that people will continue to be killed in the occupied territories, that they will continue to be tortured, persecuted, and mass deported. But it's okay, as long as you can just call it peace, it's fine. You don't have to worry about it. You can pat yourself on the back, said, oh, we have peace, we don't have war anymore. As long as it's rebranded to that, it doesn't matter what happens to people. It doesn't matter really if people die anymore. Out of sight, out of mind, as they say.
On me.
You know?
Guard up.
Careful, my elf.
Well, damn, why is the chat so quiet? Damn, Wow. I feel like a disappointed teacher. Which I happen to be sort of kind of a teacher. I used to teach classes.
Blades sharpen.
Really?
Dance
I swear it's true. I swear to you that I'm not lying. I would never lie to you. If I'd ever lie to you, that would be bad. I would be very bad if I ever lied to you.
I've got this.
Hurts. Feel the embrace. Fire. Not looking good. Better. Danger. I'm ready.
Lasso dodge.
Danger.
This is a tough fight, okay?
Go again.
You cannot say that this is not a tough fight. Alright? This is tough. This is a challenge. This is a challenge fight. Can we agree to that? Can we agree that this is a challenging fight? Gustav's homage and Sol ballet. Ooh. Maybe... No, I think that's good. Oh, de toi, je le veux le ha.
Watch out, my L.
Maël? Yes. For the challenge, that's right.
Damage.
Maximum damage. With my berserk
I've got this.
slash. Also consider it still donating to the microphone because I still need a better voice in Ukraine. All right.
Overflowing with energy.
Overflowing with energy.
Chroma is flowing. Let's keep going.
Oh well.
Careful, Maya.
All right. Good, we're chipping.
Okay.
Last chance.
The dance begins.
Or ballet. Alright, we did it. I actually expected to mess that one up.
Vessel dodge.
Dodge verso. Joke's on you. I'm gonna parry. I'm not gonna dodge. Dodging is for cowards.
Okay.
Hello.
Cut him down.
Milkshakes are good. Hmm.
Time to end this. End of the line.
Wow.
Parry it.
Yeah. Where did you get the milkshake? I've got a good feeling about this one, by the way. I've got a good feeling about this round. Is it fair for me to have a good feeling about this round? Or is it gonna end like always?
Last chance. Not looking good. This will hurt. Let's dance.
Let's dance. Dance, dance. Oh, you made it. Interesting. What did you...
Okay.
How did you make it?
Lune, watch out.
We're closer than ever. We're closer than ever. We are still pretty close.
Okay.
Still, listen, we're still pretty close.
I can do it. Okay.
We can still do it. We can still do it, please.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes! Oh my god, okay, okay, please. Oh, I'm pissed. That was a horrible waste of resurrection. Oh, if I could have done this without wasting the resurrection, that would have been so great, but no cigar.
Feel the
My god. I cannot believe I have not lost the resurrection up to this point, though. I just cannot believe this.
Let's dance.
We're getting pretty close.
Ready to evade.
We're getting pretty close. Too early. Too early.
Not looking good.
Watch out.
I almost got it. Oh my god, I almost got it. I almost got... oh. I should go to the toilet. I should really go to the toilet. And when I'm back, we're gonna do one last try. One last try, and then one last try, okay? Is that okay? Is that okay if we do one last hooray? Oh, energy saver. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. And we're gonna watch that awful video by the dude called Adam something something. Something something Adam. 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 Sorry for the delay. I just had to no, it's the reverse. Okay, I can try. The reserve team sucks. Okay, I neglected it. Its damage is very low. We can do it, but I do not guarantee any good results from it. Okay, we can do it, sure. Also, apologies for the delay. I actually put on some more food, and also I met Fido on the way, and I had to pet him. God, I love that dog. That dog is just the best thing ever. I gave him a hot dog as well. See? Horrible.
Your turn to
I don't think I even broke their damage limit. I think their maximum damage is... I think their maximum damage is literally 9,999. Okay, as I said, we're gonna... Oh, it is, but you know... Some cannibalism is just good. Tasty cannibalism. I should have named him Hannibal rather than Fido, but you know what? It is what it is. I'm not gonna change his name again. Did you know that he actually had an initial name? He actually had a name before I got him. You wanna know what his name was before I changed it to Fido? Are you curious? What his original name was? Saigon.
I'll do it.
Yes, his name was Saigon. That's what that is actually what he still has written in his little health booklet. Okay, this does not...
Still need your help.
Okay, no, this does not count as a fair, real attempt.
Blades sharp.
Yeah, Saigon. That was his actual name. Before I changed it.
Ready to evade.
I'm not lying. I would never lie to you. I would never lie to my audience. Also, I'm gonna grab my food soon. Japanese name? Saigon is the name of a Vietnamese city. What do you mean?
Chroma is flowing.
It's the name of Ho Chi Minh City. Original name. Now it's called Ho Chi Minh City, but it used to be... Its real name is Saigon.
Light.
It's a Vietnam town. No. It's like it's the second biggest city in the entirety of Vietnam, deep in the south. I know, I spent quite a lot of time in Saigon when I visited Vietnam.
Watch out, Mael.
A bunch of my Vietnamese family lives there. Yeah. Although I will give you that a lot of Japanese people live in Saigon. Japanese people really like Saigon. When I was in Saigon, I actually saw a lot of shops that had signs in Japanese saying, "We speak Japanese in this store." And in some street food places, I've seen the menu being half in Vietnamese and half in Japanese. I am familiar with the phrase. I am familiar. I wonder if this phrase is related to the Vietnamese war. To the war in Vietnam.
I'm ready.
I always assumed that this phrase was connected to the war.
This will hurt. This will hurt.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Polish people can be pretty racist.
Let's finish this.
You can get a lot of great Vietnamese products in Poland, by the way. Poland has a pretty big Vietnamese community. It's awesome.
Take cover.
You can get the dry beef. And a lot of good hot sauces.
Feel the embrace of fire.
Please survive.
Get ready.
You're ready.
Get ready. Get ready.
Uh-huh. Oh, I get it now. I should have gotten it a long time ago, but... Last chance.
Last chance. I'm okay.
You are okay. The enemy won't be okay.
I'll do it.
By the way, I could make this a lot easier on myself if I just gave a lot more HP to my characters. Because that way, my characters would not get one-shot so much, so... I think I made my characters too fragile, honestly. I only played the prologue section of Cyberpunk, by the way, to be fair. You should tell Dr. Jones to come here and not be a traitor. A class traitor.
Brace yourself.
Aww.
I'll do it.
My god. Saigonki? That's...
I'm ready.
I don't like people using that name, actually. I don't like the name Saigonki. It's a stupid name. The dish is not even from Saigon. Believe it or not. Ah. And the original name is very simple. The original name of the dish is very simple, shorter, and nicer. It's called nem.
Did I die again?
Not leaving you
The
behind.
dish. Oh my god.
Let us stain them. A brilliant light.
I won't disappoint.
Oh well.
You know?
Careful, my elf.
Mael. Alright, I'm almost getting it.
Not impressed.
You better be impressed, Verso. Oh my god, Verso, you're not impressive.
I'm ready.
Verso, you're making me look bad. You are making me look bad, Verso.
I'm ready.
Which is not good. I should get my food,
I'll do it.
but I'm so... I'm so in it.
Ready to parry.
Alright, now's my chance.
I won't lose again.
Huh. You see, what's that food from earlier and tasty? The carrot salad, cutlet barsh, and pancakes? Oh yeah, it was good. I liked it. I will go there again, given the opportunity. If I'm in the city, I will go eat there again. It's pretty good. I wanted to take something different. I actually wanted to take to order chicken, but they were out. They were out of chicken. And the entire thing cost me about $10. Barem leczne. It's a very good leftover from the communist era. Usually subsidized by the government. Very good. Very positive thing. I'll be right back. I'll have to get the food. I think it's a very positive thing. Bonjour. No. No, I don't. Okay, I don't. You don't tell me. You're not the boss of me. I really love how many of the comments that I get are people just basically saying you're mentally ill. So whatever you say, no matter what arguments you use, it's all incorrect because you're mentally ill.
Take cover.
Okay.
Let's go to my comment section in the video about Asmongold, and you'll know what I mean.
Okay. Ready to power.
You know, just go to my comment section in the Asmongold video. You'll see very quickly what I mean.
On guard.
That's awfully convenient. I know nothing that I say has any merit, no matter what the content is, because I just, I have gender dysphoria, so anything I say is just invalid. Oh god. It is what it is. I mean, not everybody's a brilliant political commentator like Asmongold. I know. I know. I know. God damn, right?
Now's our chance.
Hello. Tumul's Grief X. Poland sabotages Ukraine. Ha. LMAO. Okay. Are you here for the first time? Also, okay, fair enough. I am being unfair. By Poland, I don't mean actually Poland. I mean just Mr. President Nawrocki. So, if you're here to shit on me because of the title, fair enough. It's a bit clickbaity. It is a bit of a clickbait. It is fair enough for you to get a little bit mad. But our new Mr. President definitely wants to sabotage Ukraine with his whole veto to the Ukraine support bill, which is bad for Ukrainian people in Poland. Renew, are you Yes, I'm Polish. I'm Polish. I'm in Poland right now. She's Ukrainian. Oh, guy. Here we go again. Here we go again.
Bring it on.
No, I don't see. It's stupid. Also, speak English. I'm doing a stream for English-speaking audiences.
Just try it.
Whatever societal ills you see for that video, it feels over reals, honestly. It has no basis in reality. Yeah, I know. Another Polak.
Not giving up.
The video is bad across the board. I'm sorry. No matter how you splice it, no matter what societal arguments you try to use, it's just bad. The video is just bad. Oh god. Well, last try. Yeah, I know populism is trendy, but it doesn't make the video good.
On me. Okay,
Populism is sexy and trending.
let's dance.
Oh god.
You can't leave us yet.
How did you mean it? I actually have no clue how you meant it, so... I actually have no clue how you mean it. Yeah, new viewer interrogation, true. I always do it. I think that person's gone. They just asked the question and skipped, fled. Yeah? Okay, I'm gonna... One last thing and we're gonna go...
Watch out, my out.
This cannot be an Expedition 33 one-fight stream, so fair enough, okay? I think this is a legitimate complaint.
Careful, Verso.
And I know what... I know... Oh my god, I wanna save this for the segment, but I know what argument Nawrocki used for the video, and it just does not hold up. It does not hold up economically even.
On me. Blades sharpened.
Is that Ukraine has received massive financial and military support from us. However, from Ukraine's side, we don't see any appreciation for our actions. That's bullshit. That's bullshit and you know it. Who do you hear that from? Law and Justice? aka Prawo i Sprawiedliwość, Nawrocki? I'm sorry, I'm not gonna buy this whole bullshit about Nawrocki talking about righting the wrongs of history when he was the biggest censor of Holocaust history when he was in charge of the IPN. And also, Ukrainian people are a massive boon to the Polish economy, if you haven't noticed. Polish people should be thanking Ukrainian people for being here. They put in much more money, much more money. You can look at the numbers than they take out in social services and social benefits. Look it up. Look up the numbers. You might be surprised. You will be shocked. Your world might be rocked. But you know who cares about that, right? Who cares about that? Fields over reels, I swear to God. They're also ungrateful. No, they're not. I assure you they're more than grateful.
They die again.
Take cover.
I think Poland really forgot how it's like to be part of the Ruski Mir or invaded by Russia. I think a lot of Polish people have started forgetting
Let us stain.
that Russia also hates Poland at the end of the day. In fact, Vladimir Putin said in his Tucker Carlson interview that Ukrainian people are just Russian, twisted by Polish people.
Lune, careful.
I'm sorry, but the whole Ukrainian people are so ungrateful reads to me like the JD Vance, have you said thank you to Zelensky? 78% Ukrainians do work in Poland, if I'm not mistaken. Out of those, 22% who don't, 80% declares they search for a job. Although I understand potential mistrust towards second start. Yeah, but to be honest, the percentage that already works already puts in enough money into the economy for the social services to be economically viable across the board, no matter if people work or not, if you look at the numbers. And there are people affected by those programs that simply cannot work. There are many Polish organizations that are just really up in arms about this. There's this famous, I think, Catholic nun that has like a house that takes care of people, and she says that certain people are just disabled, for example, and have children and they cannot work. So what? They should be just cut off? No, they should not. It's not a fact. Foreigner in Poland does not have better working rights than Polish people, and that's fantasy. I have no clue where you're getting this from. That foreigners in Poland have better working rights than Polish people. I have no clue where you're getting this fact from. I grew up around foreigners, and I assure you that is not the case. Not even close. Two of my best friends in the world are Vietnamese. I can assure you, what you just said is not true. Welcome back, Baikal Parker. Welcome back. We are at A.
My turn. Horrendous lie. Careful now.
None of those slogans about foreigners having it better than Polish people stand up to any sort of scrutiny or reality. Okay, I think we've had enough of expedition for one day, for one night. We did okay though. We did okay. I feel like we did pretty okay. Okay, where's that video? Where's that? I have to. Oh my god, I have to turn on Discord now. Don't worry, we're gonna be talking about. We are going to be talking about Nawrocki today because I really don't like what's happening with that guy. Yes, that's true. At the start, a foreigner in Poland receives an obligatory employment contract where Poles for the same post might receive mandate contract. Where did you get the idea that at the start, a foreigner in Poland receives an obligatory employment contract? Like, where did you get this from? Where are you getting this from? Okay, where are you getting these from? Because just ridiculous on its face. If every single foreigner in Poland received an obligatory employment contract, then you would not have 78% of Ukrainians doing work. You would have 100% of Ukrainians doing work because they would all have their mandatory work contracts. I just have no clue where you're taking this from. Okay, let's watch the video. About Cyberpunk 2070 whatever thing. I'm actually gonna look it up. Real quick. Or can I look it up? I'm gonna look it up real quick. Finally, some content, I know, right? Finally something's going on. I should have more debates. Okay. I don't even know where this myth comes from about I have no clue where you took this from. Like, yes, Ukrainian people have a simplified procedure to be able to get work, but that's not the same as getting some form of obligatory employment contract. Is that even close? I have no clue what you're even talking about. Adam something, yeah. We're gonna be talking about his Cyberpunk 2077 thing. Because apparently he's not happy with cars in this game. So we're gonna talk it and I'm gonna shit talk it, and I'm gonna make all the fans of Adam Something mad at me. So brace yourselves. We were making contact. We were making content. Isn't that right, Fake Calico
This video
Parker?
is sponsored by Ground News.
Well, my video is sponsored by... Okay, let's just move on.
Cars. Cars are cool and interesting machines. They come in lots of neat forms and shapes, and they are fun to drive. They are a great hobby and a useful tool to get...
Wait, this is the video? Are you serious? Yeah, I am. I am actually serious. Adam Something is mad about cars in Cyberpunk 2077. Look at the title. Car Brain ruined Cyberpunk 2077. I think Cyberpunk had much bigger problems than cars in it, but you know what? Whatever. Let's jump into the video and let's see why Car Brain ruined the game.
around where there is no good alternative. So cars are great. The problem starts when they get to dominate our lives. When all our public spaces are given over to cars and we focus on very expensive and wasteful car infrastructure at the expense of taxpayers.
Oh, by the way, there are places in cities that have been made car-free. There are even places like that, I believe, in Warsaw. Okay, I believe... I will. There are places where cities just say, no cars allowed here, this is just for the pedestrians. And I think it's actually a pretty good idea for certain places in the city to be off limits to cars. I genuinely do.
Money and physical space. When cars make other ways of getting around dangerous, like walking or biking for fear of getting run over. When excessive car...
I do feel like car dominance in cities is a problem, actually. That cities are built around cars. I actually don't have a car. I don't have a car, and I actually do only use the public transport, full disclosure. I use my bus, I use my subway, I use my tram. I don't feel the need to have a car. I feel like the public transport is perfectly fine to commute.
Use causes noise pollution, air pollution, and recently with those xenon headlights,
But complaining about cars in a video game is a bit much. In Europe, it's not that bad. The US is a joke when it comes to that. Yeah, that's because the public transport is really underdeveloped in the US, in many places.
Pollution. People living in
many rural areas, if you don't have a car, you're just screwed. In Poland, okay, there are places that have the so-called communication exclusion. There are places in Poland that still are not very well connected via public transportation, but at the same time, the public transportation does reach some really rural areas.
Car-centric places also gain weight more easily due to lack of movement, and car-centric residential areas are generally less desirable compared to their traditional counterparts. Basically, the car is a great servant but a terrible master. And there is another surprising field where this logic applies. Video games. With Cyberpunk...
That's not true. That is not true at all. It depends on the setting, it depends on the time period. Like, a car is not king in video games. There's so many video games in which cars are just negligible. Starting with the games that just don't have cars because of the time period. Expedition 33 does not have cars. Shenmue did not have cars, really. Like, I don't really think...
2077 being an especially egregious example. Why? How? What? Let's take a look.
Wake the fuck up.
Okay, why? Yeah, I agree. Why?
Cyberpunk 2077 is a shooter/role-playing
If anything, if there's a game that centers around cars, wouldn't it be Grand Theft Auto? Like, it's in the title. You steal cars. It centers around cars. Most of the time, you just drive around in a car. Yeah, that's true. Although if you're on the public transport, you could make a case that if you use the bus, you're still stuck in the traffic, in the same traffic. So I think trams are sort of more immune to traffic. Yeah, yeah. And of course the subway. You have the subway.
Game, sort of, set in a corporatist, violent, dystopian, cyberpunk future, get it, where inequality, poverty and violence are rife, where cities are composed of gaudy corporate skyscrapers and walled-off communities for the wealthy, surrounded by various stages of urban decay, ranging from somewhat okay areas to highly dangerous slums. And all of this is turbocharged via commonly available cybernetic augmentations which can improve human performance in various ways, with the side effect of turning dangerous criminals into biomechanical murder machines.
I actually used to play the tabletop, by the way. I could bring you the book. I could bring you the manual, the Polish manual for Cyberpunk. And I'm pretty sure that was not Cyberpunk 2077. I'm pretty sure that the tabletop was called Cyberpunk 2022. I have to look it up. Was it 2022? Oh, wow. Really? Krakow is getting a subway. That is really cool. Yeah. More cities need the subway. 2020. Thank you. Even older. Cyberpunk 2020. Oh my gosh. I should bring that book. I should bring that. Thank you, Socialix. That's it. Cyberpunk 2020. I played it. It was great. I still have the manuals.
Quite ironically, the development of Cyberpunk 2077 was itself reminiscent of a cyberpunk corporatist future. Developers were overworked.
I sure hope that happens. I sure hope that Krakow gets its subway. It deserves it.
Forced to do so-called crunch, which is a games industry euphemism for abusing employees, with up to 65 to 80-hour work weeks without extra compensation. CD Projekt Red, the developer of Cyberpunk 2077, was especially guilty of this during the game's development. Employees were forced to work 6 days a week for more than a year, and I would imagine those weren't 8-hour workdays either. The company later apologized, including for calling the crunch not that bad, and promised that from now on, the crunch will be optional, a more humane approach to crunch, which is like a more humane approach to beating your kids. And anyone.
Optional, meaning if you don't choose the option, you might get passed by for promotion or bonuses. Optional crunch. Yeah, sure. That is totally how that works in corporations.
Who has ever worked in an office environment knows that optional overtime is optional in name only. Sure.
There you go. Adam something understands. I concur. Optional crunch is a joke.
You can skip it, but if you do, guess what? From then on, you'll just happen to get all the bad assignments, you'll also miss out on promotions.
Oh, there you go. He says the same thing. Maybe Adam something is familiar with corporate workplace. I used to work for a corporation, okay? I know what optional crunch is.
And whenever there is layoffs, guess whose name is first on the list? And surely enough, a year later it came out that crunching at CD Projekt Red goes on all the same. And for what? Let's talk about that after a word from returning sponsor Ground News. In any
No, we're not doing this, okay? No. I'm not doing the Ground News crap. I would love to like to work in gaming, but yeah, the industry seems unfriendly. I mean, it depends. If you work as a back-end software engineer, then it's pretty chill, from what I've heard. I had family members working for CD Projekt actually as a back-end software engineers. And it wasn't so horrible. So I guess it depends what you want to do. It might not be as flashy of a job, but you know, technically speaking, it's in the gaming industry.
access to every feature. Or you can try their Pro plan for just $1 a month. Thank you for checking out Ground News, and thanks to Ground News for sponsoring today's video. Cyberpunk 2077, despite multiple postponements, was a complete mess on release. It was buggy, terribly optimized, prone to crashes, and generally
Yeah.
the entire game felt
And everybody was so hyped for that game after Witcher 3. Everybody thought that CD Projekt Red was the best company, the best team, the savior of the gaming industry, the sweetheart of the gaming industry. Everybody praised it, everybody loved it. And then Cyberpunk 2077 came out and it was a rude awakening. It was like a cold bucket of water just splashed onto everybody's heads. CNN. Oh.
lackluster. A very basic, boring story, a world that felt like an expensive movie set instead of a living place, roleplay elements that didn't let you roleplay, and a very shallow, unintrospective
Oh look, it's Angry Joe. Yeah, I recognize the old school creators. Angry Joe Show. Angry Joe Show.
take on the cyberpunk genre as a whole.
Pre-order now.
Pre-order now and live through the disappointment forever. It wouldn't happen if it wasn't for the moron investors who have no idea about games. I mean, that is the story as all this time, isn't it? That investors or company members that have no clue about games but look at it from the profit margin perspective just make really, really stupid decisions. That is how Blizzard became what it is now. That is how Square Enix became what it is now. I could just name more and more examples. Are you sponsored by EPAN? Yes. Yes, I am sponsored by the Polish Membrance Institute. Thank you for your attention in this matter. As Trump always says.
Blade Runner had you question what it means to be human, whether androids dream of electric sheep, if you will. Ghost in the Shell had you consider a world where the mind can be completely detached from the body, and the question of how would a synthetically born intelligence fit into all that. The Matrix asks, what if your reality was just a simulation? And what if this simulation was still the better option compared to actual reality? Psychopaths is set in a universe where a supercomputer scans people's brains and is able to measure potential criminal tendencies. And if it deems you to be too potentially criminal, police will apprehend you in advance. And then we have Cyberpunk 2077 coming in with hot takes such as corporations are bad. Then it
I mean, that is the whole premise of Cyberpunk. What do you mean? Why would you be angry at Cyberpunk for its premise that corporations are bad? That has always been the premise of Cyberpunk, that it's a dystopian world ruled by corporations. Why would Cyberpunk 2077 break out of that mold? Why? That's the entire point of the thing. Also, did you know that in the... Lucy, have you actually played the game? I played the tabletop. Okay, I'm bringing the book. Okay, I'm bringing the book because my credentials are being... Also, I played the prologue of the video game. I've played the prologue of the video game. I'm bringing it. Yeah, but the premise of, the main premise of Cyberpunk is that the corporations are bad. Why? Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. Because you people don't believe me. You people don't trust me. So, okay, while I have not found, I don't know how the game convey. I know that's the setting. Okay, the setting of Cyberpunk is, it's inherently in the setting. Okay, I don't have the, I couldn't find the main rule book, but I found the optional book, the Chrome book. Okay, that depicts all the extra gadgets, items, and vehicles that you can get in the game. Okay, the Chrome book for Cyberpunk 2020. So that's, I'm gonna put it here. The Chrome book. Okay? Because you didn't believe me. You did not trust me. You never trust me. We should play it on stream, by the way. I do have Cyberpunk. Okay, so let's continue. Oh, that's mine. Let us continue this mess, okay? My God. I've played the prologue.
It goes on
And
to
this is about cars.
touch on deeper cyberpunk themes, but doesn't do much with them, which is pretty audacious if you think about it. The game literally calls itself Cyberpunk. It's like a game called Ultimate Post-Apocalyptic Narrative RPG, and you boot it up and it's Fallout 76.
Oh no. I mean, it was pretty bad on launch. God, which game had worse launch? Was it this game or was it... To be fair, I haven't played it because of its horrible launch. I've also not played Fallout 76. I've also not played Fallout 76, even though people have harassed me to play it.
So how come CD Projekt Red's
I've played enough to know about cars, okay? I've played enough to... I don't have to finish the entire game to be able to comment on the cars in this game, I think. And the premise is not the story is bad in this game. The premise is car brain ruined Cyberpunk 2077. So I don't even know why this whole intro about the story, if the title is car brain ruined Cyberpunk 2077, okay?
Adventure servants couldn't come up with a better story or even a theme to explore. How come Cyberpunk 2077 was so underwhelming compared even to the more sober expectations? How come that despite the insane amount of work going into the game, pushing developers to their absolute limit with multiple long delays even, and the game costing almost $500,000, how come that after all that, the game was still so undercooked and rife with bugs? My hot take? Because of cars. Yep, you heard me right. Let's compare a traditional 19th century residential area to your average 21st century suburb.
Okay, come on. Come on. That's nonsense. Are GTA games shit now?
I'm going somewhere with this, don't worry. The first thing
I hope so. I sure hope so. I sure hope that you're going somewhere with this because...
is that the suburb needs far more space to house the same amount of people. Everything is farther away and having a car is absolutely necessary.
Okay, we're gonna have to... If I'm going to comment on this story, then fake Kyle Parker is right. I have no ground. I have no basis to comment on this story unless we finish the game on stream, which we have to finish some games first, okay?
If you want to get anywhere. In the traditional area, stuff is close by. You can get anywhere on foot or by bike. except in Prague. Also, the buildings around you form an enclosed space. If you've ever looked at photos of narrow medieval streets, that cozy feeling you get is because of that, at least in large part. The buildings forming an organic, protective structure around you. This also puts your brain more at ease, since it only has to process a small segment of area at a time, compared to a large open area with single-family homes with a much wider field of view. And if you want to get to a different area, you usually don't have to walk or drive all the way. You can just get on public transit like a metro and be sped out at your destination. Okay, so how does this compute when it comes to Cyberpunk 2077?
Okay, well, by that logic, GTA games are shit because they're car-centric as hell. Like, this is like, this is just, you could apply this logic to GTA and say, look, you have to get everywhere by car in Grand Theft Auto. He hasn't made his thesis.
Very much intended. Consider this. Everything I just told you, the sense of enclosedness, the smaller field of view, things being reachable on foot, areas linked by set lines of public transit, all of these also happen to be major labor-saving methods in video game design. And Cyberpunk 2077 did not utilize any of them. Because of this, Night City is basically a
Yeah, but GTA has the same problem. Again, GTA is the same. GTA has a lot of super open areas. It's not all enclosed space, and yet GTA is considered a great game. GTA is super popular. You're not gonna you cannot convince me that GTA 5 is not a popular game. GTA 4, 3, San Andreas, etc. You cannot.
Masquerading as an actual city. You need a car to get basically anywhere, unless you want to stare at your character walking for an hour. Now, following the 2.1 update...
Yeah, but again, the same argument stands for GTA. I don't even know if you have any means of communication for the most part in GTA, apart from having a car. Not related, but GTA 5 story is so fucking ass.
In 2023, a metro system has been added to the game, so now you have 19 locations you can hop in between without having to walk or drive. But this was too little, too late.
But is that even the case? Did it even really eat up so much of the budget?
Designing Cyberpunk 2077 around cars had resulted in a number of problems for game developers. The first and biggest being that they had to build an enormous map. Cars are very mobile, and as long as there are no traffic jams in front of you, you can get to places extremely quickly compared to walking. Traffic in Night City is deliberately set on low to improve game performance and to not have the players stew in traffic jams. But this also means that the city has to be much, much bigger. Otherwise,
also, the car driving was horrible before the patches. I believe that.
Take 10 seconds and the city would feel tiny. And since the player is in full control of the car most of the time, you can't even take any design shortcuts. Like in racing games, where the environment around the racetrack can be far less detailed because players just zoom past them. It's enough for a town to simply appear like a town from behind the wheel at high speeds obscured by motion blur. In Cyberpunk 2077, however, you must count with players randomly getting out of their car and walking around an area. Therefore, every single street must always be maximally detailed down to the net's ass. Even if 99.999% of players will just zoom past an area, never bothering to look at it, that 0.001% might just decide to and then make fun of you for low detail.
I mean, again, that's the same criticism could be levied against Grand Theft Auto. Any of them.
Assets.
It was physically unplayable. Well, thank God I didn't play it then.
This alone puts a colossal workload on your developers, which led to the aforementioned massive crunches at CD Projekt Red, which then took away precious development time from things that actually matter, like a good story, actual RPG features, performance optimization.
Also, I don't buy it. At this point, CD Projekt Red is a big boy company. I don't buy this theory. They should have just hired more. If they wanted a big world with a lot of cars, they should have just hired more people and they should have made the game budget bigger. Okay, it is not because of cars. It is because of company mismanagement. I feel like the thesis is flawed. CD Projekt is not some small indie company that could not afford to properly put its vision into practice or whatever.
fixing the bugs, and so on. Reliance on cars had forced Cyberpunk developers to build out a 200 square kilometer map, much of it being a very highly detailed
But again, you could say that somehow GTA was able to do it.
urban area. Something that jumps
Like
out
either they should have downscaled the game like Adam something seems to be saying here, or they should have just stuck to the idea and hired more people and given the game more money.
at you
And the second thing was absolutely an option.
immediately is just how bad the car controls are. Like it's just WASD, then there's the handbrake, but there's no option like, you know, double tap W to really step on the gas. So I guess my biggest gripe with Cyberpunk 2077 is that like there's so much in here, there's so much
But the car, it's not about the cars. It's definitely not about the cars.
content in this game, and pretty much all of it is
I know that Adam's something whole idea behind this channel is, you know, infrastructure and all that stuff, but I just don't buy it. It's just nonsense to me.
mediocre. Like pretty much every single aspect of this game feels just undercooked and underdeveloped in various ways.
He's saying car brain, the idea that you need a car is what ruined the game. It wasn't. That's the thing that I'm saying. The idea that you need a car is not what ruined the game. Under budgeting the game and not hiring enough people is what ruined the game.
Ways. The shooting is mediocre, the vehicle controls range from okay to terrible depending on the person, the role playing is shit. And then there are the technical details where like stuff really falls apart, like the optimization is still terrible, bugs everywhere, the AI and the real-time events are absolute shit. Like here, like what's going on here? Like there's some kind of random shootout 200 meters away from a police checkpoint, and then like nothing's happening. The first
Like again, GTA is a car-centric game.
car just like stops and blocks the way as all the others are trying to like ram their way out. Like this does not look
By ruined, do we mean the initial game state of review? Probably, yeah.
like a $500 million game. Yeah, and then I accidentally bump into the police checkpoint and they all open fire at me. Nice. And it's shit like this that you keep encountering over and over and over again in this game. And by the way, I'm playing on patch 2.3, so we're like half a decade of post-release development in, and the game is still in such a state. And the further problem is that now you have to account for the player having a 2-ton high-velocity metal tub that they can bring to most places. So you either need to set car drop-off points to prevent the player from parking in scripted locations, or design quest locations in a way that they are separate and cannot be entered by car. So now your game developers have to spend their time and energy on developing parking policy and implementing transit modal filters instead of focusing on the actual game. The car-centric game world also causes a metric ton of additional work with developing traffic simulations, NPC car on player car interactions, pedestrian NPC on player car interactions, NPC car on pedestrian player interactions, subsequent crowd mechanics, and so on. These problems are individually solvable for big developer teams, but if you take them together, plus the need to design a massive, ultra-detailed city, the end result is overwork, constant delays, and the game being stuck in development hell. Then, on release day, players are treated to a buggy, undercooked, unfinished mess that will need constant post-release patching. All at a nearly $500 million price tag, which has only been increasing ever since. Is it a bad game? No, but it's just mediocre. Like the game doesn't have a highlight. It's like, oh, I play Disco Elysium because of the incredible prose, or I play Elden Ring because of the beautiful world and the difficult.
Yeah, but the philosophy of having cars is not the problem here.
Very fun.
The problem is much more fundamental.
You know, combat mechanics, or I don't know, I play Death Stranding because of the bonkers themes it explores. And in Cyberpunk 2077 there's just nothing like that. Like the game tries to mesh so much shit together that like it can't really focus on any of them properly.
Oh, see, I would say that is the problem.
At least. And it just all falls apart. To give you an idea of how massive this budget is, Deus Ex: Mankind Divided, a game very similar in genre and theme, cost $50 million, about 1/10 of the money Cyberpunk must have burned through by now. In large part because the game is not car-centric, which is wild as the game is
Okay, but again, GTA is car-centric and it's a success.
set in Prague, and this enabled developers to focus their efforts on smaller areas instead of one enormous city, cutting down the amount of work by orders of magnitude. With that, let's see if we can fix Cyberpunk 2077 by fixing Night City itself, all the while abiding by the Cyberpunk theme. We start by taking the metro system as a basis. It's 19 stops serving as the fast travel points between game locations. If we need more, we just add more stops. The areas the trains are going through do not need to be fully designed. It's enough to just put up a skybox around the train to
I mean, that's fair. You could have. I'm not sure how developed the subway is in Cyberpunk, but
make it seem like you're going through the city.
I assume there is a whole subway. I don't even remember.
The playable area is always separated from procedurally generated car traffic by way of the former being under massive, elevated highways. This plays in nicely with the Cyberpunk theme. In particular, this design is a staple of the 1995 Ghost in the Shell movie, where most of the action takes place in the narrow, dark, moody understreets of Tokyo, with
Okay, but Cyberpunk is not Ghost in the...
traffic
whatever.
rumbling far above on massive elevated highways. And this design immediately eliminates one of the major development time sinks. You no longer have to bother programming traffic mechanics and vehicle behavior, at least not that much and not that complex, since the player is not directly interacting with them while on foot, except in specific scripted instances. Of course, the player could drive a car later on the highways above, and since those highways are elevated and separated from everything else, the developers only need to construct the building's facades around them. They wouldn't actually need to build out every single street completely detailed. It's enough to make the surroundings of the highways look like a city at a glance, since the player will not be interacting with them up close. And this would achieve two more important things. Number one, the player will actually
Have you played the game and had fun with the gameplay? But that's besides the point. That's irrelevant. It's irrelevant if the gameplay is good or bad. Because this video is not about gameplay being good or bad. It's about the gameplay philosophy. It's about the philosophy behind making the game and what made the crunch and what made the gameplay bad. So it's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. I had fun in GTA. The gameplay in GTA is good. It's a car-centric game.
really look forward to owning and driving a car.
That already defeats the whole video's thesis. The fact that
Since
I played
yours
GTA and I had fun in it.
Was, let's say, taken
It is
away
good
and now
gameplay.
you're blacklisted from driving or something.
Apart from shooting. The shooting in GTA is not that good.
And the biometric cameras placed around the city would immediately catch you while driving and police would lock you up. Until someone hacks into the police databases or something and removes you from the blacklist as
Irrelevant. It's irrelevant if it's an RPG.
a reward for a quest or something. And this unlocks a bunch of side quests and minigames like illegal highway races, high-speed deliveries on a timer, and so on. And this would actually be a really fun bit of world building. You know, large swaths of the city are essentially left behind by city leadership, there is lawlessness and chaos, except on the highways, which is weirdly ordered and regulated compared to the rest of the city. All this would match the cyberpunk theme beautifully. Cyberpunk worlds are usually very right-wing. Rampant corporatism, societies segregated along levels of wealth, mass poverty, comedic levels of wealth inequality, everything is privatized, and so on. But conservative societies also have a thing for cars. In those societies, public transit is viewed as some sort of low-quality, filthy, dirty, last resort option for the poor and minorities. For those who cannot even afford it.
Depends. Poland is a pretty conservative society and it has a pretty good public transport.
A car. On the other hand, cars are viewed as the default method for transportation, and being able to afford one is your ticket to civilized society. And the bigger your car is, the shinier and more expensive it is, the more worth you are perceived to have as a human being. So it would actually make a lot of narrative sense for your character to desire a car, to be up there, high above the filth of the lower city, zooming past the ghettos and slums in your shiny automobile, on the brightly lit, smooth, squeaky clean highway compared to the dark, filthy lower streets. I think this would have been much better than just giving you a car by default, and then having you slowly traverse these narrow streets with a few cars on them at a time. But basing the game's map design on a metro system also enables something extremely important.
I can agree with this. I can agree that they could have added a good metro system. I can definitely argue with this part.
shrinking of the world map without it feeling any smaller to the player. With appropriate game design, even the smallest maps will feel enormous. For example, Resident Evil 2's playable map is comparatively tiny, yet it feels absolutely enormous due to a clever use of space and the work you have to put in to actually get to the end of it. So in Cyberpunk 2077, by having the player traverse the map on foot, we could get away with much smaller maps, while potentially making the game world feel even larger to the player. Developers now only need to fully build out a few streets next to stations, which would be an enormous reduction of their workload. They could even layer the maps for more complexity. Most locations could have extensive underground parts, for example in the sewer.
I'm sorry, but Conrad says, I'm sorry, but this seems like a typical effort of taking some minor aspect of a game and making a whole thesis of why it is the actual reason behind blah blah arguments to support a preconceived thesis. It doesn't help that Adam Something's channel is focused on infrastructure. Like the traffic, etc. How, yeah, that is the whole idea. I mean, it makes for a fun little video considering that, then again, that is his specialization.
Which is once again very fitting of the Cyberpunk theme and are also way faster to design and build, and it also goes way easier on your GPU. I guess a lot of people would not be okay with shrinking Night City, because oh, you know, it's less Cyberpunk, we have less Cyberpunk now. But that's like, imagine that we both like hamburgers, right? And we can either go to this regular restaurant where for like $10 you get a burger, fries and a drink, or we can go to this other restaurant where for $10 they take 6 Big Macs, they put them in a big bowl and they blend them down for you into a paste and then they spoon feed it to you. And it's like in the second case you get technically more of the thing that you like, but is that really a positive in this case? So I believe that basing Cyberpunk 2077 on walking in transit would have resulted in a much better game, where developers would have had the time to implement actual role-playing elements and a great memorable story instead of having you play the exact same character except with a different backstory that barely influences anything. They could have made the tutorial sequence an organic part of the game, instead of a random simulation that interrupts your first mission before it even starts. Or somehow account for the fact that your character, if choosing the corpo background, will have personally witnessed an assassination of public officials shown to you live in your boss's office, who clearly and openly admits that it was done by your corporation.
You know what to do. Start now. Director Abernathy.
I watched the vote. What the hell was that?
A deep clean after the shit Frankfurt dumped on us. As we agreed, I got rid of the problem.
I told you to resolve the problem, not massacre the European Space Council. Do you understand what the cover-up will cost?
Your boss seems to be fully comfortable with this, despite the cutthroat nature of the corporate world and the ubiquitous presence of recording devices, including ones that might be installed in your cybernetic augmentations. But it doesn't matter, since all of this has absolutely no impact on the rest of the game. The next scene is you drinking champagne in your boss's personal AV, flying car, that he gave you to use, only to have corporate goons show up 5 minutes later and strip you of your job position, money, and even cybernetics.
TT policy's gone, Jack. So are my biochem controllers, company pad. I mean, they have seized. My bank account not frozen, seized. That'd be that, Jack. Just lost control of my life. Completely.
Which is quite jarring to say the least. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Look, I know what they were going for here. They wanted to showcase the cruel, cutthroat nature of the corporate world, but this is just so ham-fisted. It's like you being friends with the US Vice President, and you yourself are a high-ranking White House official. And then one day the VP is like, hey man, hey, check out this recording of us assassinating fucking Ursula von der Leyen. Yes, it was us. This was done by us. We were the ones responsible for this deed. Oh, by the way, here are the keys to the presidential limo. Go take it for a spin. And then 5 minutes later, like 2 FBI dudes show up and it's like, oh, actually, you're homeless now. What? This is how politics works. Like, come on, man. But story aside, game mechanic oversights are often flat out embarrassing. Like, nobody thought about what happens if the player just climbs on top of an MP.
Oh my god. Okay, that is funny. That is pretty funny and that is pretty stupid. Actually, you're homeless now.
PC's car when it stops at a red light. The game clearly has no idea how to handle this, and other cars around you start bugging out with random NPCs screaming and so on.
Jesus Christ! Don't do
Many of Cyberpunk
Did somebody just complain in Polish?
2077's failings are due to an unfocused, megalomaniac yet shallow vision of what the game should be. Bloated beyond all proportions, inflated by an incompetent leadership, who refused to accept that the project needed some serious strategic downscaling and instead proceeded to crack the whip and forced their employees to crunch for more than a year. In some bizarre sense, CD Projekt Red ended up becoming something of a cyberpunk corporation itself, where employees
That
are
is
just cogs
true.
in a machine built to generate money from their blood, sweat and
I mean, I
tears.
can agree with that thesis, but...
I guess it just really
Or they
annoys
should have just thrown more money at the game and hired more people.
me how people have a really low standard for the media they consume. And this especially applies with video games, I feel like. And the video game industry is especially guilty of like being able to get away with releasing unfinished shit and people
I mean, it's not getting away at this point. That's the industry standard at this point. If you have a game that is finished on release, that is a celebration moment.
thinking that it's okay. Like imagine if Netflix came out with a series and it's like, oh, you know, it's full of actor gaffes, outtakes, sound issues, missing special effects, but that's okay, we're gonna release a new version in a year and then it should be mostly done. Like, I'm sorry, what? And it's like, wow, what a hot take. When you release something, it should be done. And Cyberpunk, after half a decade of continuous patching post-release, still feels like it's in late beta. Like the game is not done. Cyberpunk 2077 is the prime example of less is
Now, I'm not sure if I should play it.
more, and it could have been achieved if the game was based on transit and walking instead of cars. Or at the very least, it could have gone a long way in making it a much better game than what it currently is.
No, I'm not even sure if I should play it. See the comments. Loveliest title I have ever read, Cyberpunk. What a weird video. It's such an extreme reach. Getting desperate for content or something? TLDR, they should have downscaled the game instead of overworking their developers. Now, what does this have to do with car brain ruining anything? It's clearly just bad programming on the traffic system. Or is GTA ruined by car brain now as well? Thank you. Thank you. Okay? Was Herald ruined by making it horse-centric? That is not a good argument. Although I usually enjoy 99% of Adam's videos, this one was a real disappointment for me. First of all, I strongly disagree with the statement that Cyberpunk 2077 supposedly has no story. I could go on to at length about that point alone. I do understand this argument. I cannot speak to the story. I do understand this argument that the game could have been designed in a simpler and cheaper way, but then it simply wouldn't be what CP 2077 offers players today. And very many actual players actually want exactly that experience. Adam's version with separate zones and nothing meaningful in between would go completely against the open world character of the game, and that would honestly frustrate me. Yes, there may be games that remain interesting despite limitations, but an open world game? No, just imagine if Red Dead Redemption 2 had been designed in the way Adam suggests. It would lose a huge part of its appeal. The very point of such a game is that you can move around freely and throw your virtual self into any situation you like. That is what makes it so fascinating for me. It's clear that this guy doesn't play video games. Jesus. I actually have no clue if Adam something plays video games or not. What even is this video? Adam is even complaining about the name, as if the name was a choice and not the brand name of the universe it's set in. You know, one of the oldest and most well-known tabletop RPGs. I don't remember him complaining about the title, actually. I don't remember that being in the video. I read the whole chat. I think the story is fine. I read all the chats. What do you mean? Oh, this one. Conrad, also this popular thing actually sucks videos. Fuck, I hate them. I don't mind them if they were actually well made, but usually they're slop with catch thesis to attract viewers. Well, I'm not even sure that applies to Cyberpunk. It wasn't all that popular. I think it's stained by its release. I think Cyberpunk has been burned at the beginning and just remained with a scar. Rent is due again, it seems. Oh my gosh. The CD Projekt Red fanboys are foaming at the mouth and proving that they haven't watched the video. I hate your channel. No positives. No, this is amazing. Just pure negativity. Hope you can find topics that you enjoy to make videos about sometime. Jesus Christ. You know, I actually got this comment as well under the Asmongold video. You're just negative. You're just all negativity, nothing positive. The game had too big of a reach. If it had been scaled down, it would have been better. I think a smaller city could have helped. True, but that's not a problem of the game being car-centric. That's just the company not being able to realize the vision that they had. It is a problem of the company taking on more than they could chew. Because a car-centric game can work. Because we have GTA as an example of a car-centric game that works. So we cannot just blame it on the car-centric thing. Like the real reason is somewhere else, for example, or the company taking on a project that it could not realize. It regained the trust with the patches, but with that comment, I wasn't talking about the video, just the essayist overall. Cyberpunk literally has commuter trains. As an American, I don't even know what a train is. Also, Cyberpunk's Night City is supposed to be an analog for Los Angeles, where corporations own everything and life is hell. Why would it be a walkable 10-minute city with bicycle lanes? I don't know, just play the game. I think we're gonna play the game. Alright. We've watched the video. We've shot on the video. Okay, we've shot on the video. We've done our duty. We've done our rage bait super cool content. Right? Have we done it? Do you feel like we have achieved enlightenment? You proud of me? Okay, I need to... Have you seen my phone? Okay, that would be pretty funny. Sorry, what would be pretty funny, Philip August? Oh, here's my phone. Alright, so now the huge audience that is watching me right now, well, actually, a lot of people are watching me right now. Write in the chat, be active. I was kind of hoping more drama with the new Polish viewer. Well, too bad, they left. So what would you like me to do? Segment or some game? I have a segment prepared. The one that the new Polish viewer was angry about. But what would you like? I'm ready. I'm still waiting for you to write your choice. Game versus... Game versus segment. Political segment. What game? Dealer's choice. You write me a game and I will play it. Dealer's choice. There we go. I need to go to the toilet at some point. God, I wish I was less... Right. Write the title. Also, speaking of Cyberpunk, have you read Neuromancer? Unfortunately, no. Lone Survivor. That's one vote. All right. I'm gonna go to the toilet. You write your votes. Okay? Write your votes. It's important that you do. And I'm gonna be right back. Okay? With hot takes. And because one person said, please do the segment, that's Socialix. One person said, please play the Lone Survivor horror game, survivor horror thing. And Conrad just said, what game? To which I say, game. Game. What the food shops? Oh, what? No, I refuse. I refuse to live in this timeline. I refuse to live in this timeline in which food shops has 686 concurrent viewers. Fuck. I just refuse this timeline. I reject this timeline, okay? I just reject it. I completely reject this horrible dystopian timeline. Oh my god. One last drink before I piss that out in the toilet. God damn it. Berserk is not perfect. I mean... Lucy, I'll be right back. Write it and I'll read it when I'm back. Okay? Write it. Yeah. This is so dystopian. I cannot even bear it. I cannot stand it. Yes, Greater Ain't? I won't vote. I'm gonna sleep in a moment. Oh no. Oh, please, no. Please, no. Stay. Forever. What is it, Greater End? What is it? You said Lucy and then nothing. All right. Food shops having.
I wonder, like, if Ethan
Oh my
Klein
God.
and Hila ever acted out any of their like sexual fantasies in front of
714.
us, or we had any kind of DMs or
Seven-
any kind of like knowledge about
704. Oh, fuck me. This is just horrible. What is this?
For monogamy now? Like, what the fuck happened? What happened to you people? This is not the direction things are supposed to be going. What are you doing?
What's wrong with monogamy?
Fucking Christ.
What's wrong with monogamy now?
What are you doing? Extreme they are. And ours is the first one to sit and go, Jesus Christ. Fucking, is everyone fighting for monogamy now? Like, what the fuck happened? What happened to you people? This is not the direction things are supposed to be going. What are you doing? Fucking Christ. Oh my God. Oh, it's awful.
Mating, serial monogamy, rotating polyam.
People having the ability to choose their partners is why we have male loneliness. No, we have female loneliness too, by the way. Like loneliness. The studies show that it ain't men. Men are focused on men loneliness, but women loneliness is the thing. Incel's a woman's term originally. The way loneliness operates and how it works.
No way.
It exists in the new generation because basically you live in a place where you are a personal brand and you totalize yourself by a handful of social positions and visual accoutrements. And either you find
horrible?
them attractive or not. And because women...
Why is what horrible? Monogamy?
Are classically seen...
I don't think it's horrible.
And still are as the sexual decider, the recipient, the chooser, and men as the sexual conqueror, the hunter, always seeking. Men are aggressively seeking and finding and trying to hit as many...
Oh, you mean food shops? Because food shops wants to wrap herself around 12-year-olds and should not have 700 live viewers. That's my opinion. That is my personal opinion. Oh, there you go. I have to show this. I have to show this to Conrad before you go, Conrad. I have to show you this video to you. Okay?
You go into a bar in Junon and you find Turks.
This is like the very big difference between the atmosphere in the original Final Fantasy VII and the new sequel series.
You go into a bar in Junon and you find Turks. You find like Rude. He's like the head of the CIA basically in that world. And here's him chilling out. Looks like something's going on outside, but too smashed to do anything. Oh man, my head's burning up. You two? Then take your mask off and come here. That's the rule. Bunch of sus blokes in a seedy old bar with that music, with that vibe. Now, if you were to remake that scene in this day and age, What do you think that would look like? Because according to Square Enix, it would look and sound exactly like this.
This your first time? If you want to drink with us, you're gonna have to lose the helmets. No scout, no service.
Fucking dog shit. This is a fucking children's game. This is like some stupid PG anime. Anyone who says that the vibe of Rebirth is the same as the OG is lying through their fucking teeth. No, it's not. Of course it's not. Who defends this? You're going to
I agree with this, by the way. I agree with this assessment. Jesus Christ Almighty. I'm not even gonna go into the whole Red 13 real voice thing because that's just, oh my god. I'm not even gonna go into that because oh my god. You know? That's just oh, Xander, you know what? Hot take. Xander Hall should have more viewers than food shops. Okay? Xander Hall deserves to have more viewers than food shops. Trump is serious. Oh yeah, you cannot burn the flag in the US anymore. Why does Square Enix keep allowing Tetsuya Nomura to lead projects, Lucy? I don't know. There apparently he's not even the main orchestrator behind the changes in the story in Final Fantasy VII. No, I need to ask, was the part from FF7 Remake where Cloud dances in this weird club in the original? No. In fact, the entire club is a brothel in the original. The club is a brothel in the original. Damn. When you're on your YouTube main page, there's always at least 2 or 3 videos that hate on FF7 Remake. Yeah, I know, because I hate the remake, so YouTube just caters to my taste. It just caters to my taste, I suppose. There's something rotten about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. There is something rotten about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Rotten to the core. So, there you go. Okay, let's go to the segment. Because, I don't know. Unless, if you want me to talk about Destiny, because I see that Dylan Burns is talking about Destiny, Food Shops is talking about Destiny. I could be talking about Destiny for these delicious views, for the delicious hate from 736. Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Do you have flour? Flour? No. Why? Why do you ask if I have flour? No, not at home right now. Why? Oh, I want to watch this in defense of Noah, the rise and fall of a spoony bard. The content creator that I'm pretty sure 99% of my audience has never heard of. I'm pretty sure that nobody that's watching my channel has ever heard of the Spoony Bard, the Spoony Experiment channel.
Video is part of a larger retrospective series by me about thatguyattheglasses.com or Channel Awesome. You don't need to have seen the other parts to know exactly what's going on in this video, since they are also all technically self-contained, but if you want to see those videos as well and be
We're gonna watch some of
with
this.
what's going
We're
on
gonna
with
watch some of this.
then be sure to subscribe and check out the link to the full playlist of everything in the series down below. That being said, today we're going to be talking about one of the most popular and infamous content creators from Channel Awesome.
I remember. It's where I learned to hate Final Fantasy X. It's where we all learn to hate Final Fantasy VIII. Okay? That's the channel where we learn to hate Final Fantasy VIII.
A man who, admittingly, has been covered by quite a few other people in the past, as his rise and fall has become something many just couldn't help but gawk at. And so,
damn.
We'll be taking a look at his storied past and coming to understand what made him so popular to begin with, as well as look at it all in perspective, both the historic rise and the unbelievable fall. Today we'll be looking at the story of Noah Antwaller, otherwise known as the Spoony One. But first, this video is sponsored by Polybuzz, a free AI character chatbot that allows you to chat and roleplay with various characters from both established... So, we finally get to one of the other most prominent members of the ThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com crew, one who has certainly already showed up enough throughout our look into Linkar's work. Spoony, real name Noah Antwaller, was born on the 27th of December, 1980, in St. Louis, Missouri, and it was Arizona State University where Noah Antwaller would gain his bachelor degree of science. However, Noah found that landing a job for his degree was rather difficult, and so he would turn to his passions for possible work, that being film, video games, and good old-fashioned nerd shit. For 3 years, he wrote movie reviews for a magazine specializing in bad horror films, while at the same time he would also create his very own website, that being called thespoonyexperiment.com. It's here he would begin writing articles about bad movies, as well as posting videos where he rants about bad video games.
I had no clue that he has a degree in science, of all things.
Not unlike that of the Angry Video Game Nerd, though in the beginning they were notable in that they were unscripted, but we'll talk in more detail about them shortly. By this time, Noah would also start referring to himself as Spoony, or the Spoony One, in connection to his website, and because it was a nickname he used while playing tabletop RPGs with his friends, and is a reference to the quote, "You Spoony Bard," from the US version of Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah. You Spoony Bard!
All this and more is detailed in the About Me section of Spoony's website. Quote, Noah Antwaller as Tandem the Spoony. Noah is the terrifying result of a generation raised on MTV and films by Jean-Claude Van Damme and Steven Seagal at the height of their popularity. Writer, director, editor, and star of the Spoony Experiment, Noah shares a love for the three things author Neil Stephenson writes are the things America does better than anyone else: music, movies, and microcode. He created the experiment as a homage to the Mystery Science Theater 3000, the first show to scream back.
I did not think that anybody actually pronounced homage as homage, but
at the culture that raised him. He's been a published poet in Seattle and has acted in community productions of Grease, Our Town, Dags, Baby, The Importance of Being Earnest, and Interview with the Vampire. Most recently, he has appeared in the ASU mainstage production of Stolen Children as Father Mandan. Noah initially began on the internet writing comedic movie reviews.
I didn't know that he was in the Interview with the Vampire.
Called Tandem's Movie Rants, which are film critiques, live movie recaps, or essays on recent trends in film or TV. With a viewpoint always controversial, Noah's rants are usually critical of both mainstream
community productions, okay. That's
popular media culture and the detail-obsessive fanboy community. Over the years, these rants have evolved in form in the hopes of being entertaining, but also to elevate moviegoer expectations. Thanks to the creative input and support, and a fair amount of harsh derision from some of the Ken Zerko forumites, Noah has come to this new media to give back as much of the entertainment as possible the Mystery Science Theater 3000 gave him. Now, he currently writes the Gamer's Rant on the movie columns of Knights of the Dinner Table magazine, a national monthly gamer magazine available at all the fine friendly local game stores. Unquote. He also notes in this About Me section that beyond just the title of Spoonie coming from Final Fantasy IV, the context of the quote also matters to Spoonie as well as the general vibe that he's trying to create. And he notes that to be Spoonie, or to have spooniness, indicates a devil-may-care, swashbuckling spirit, where all men are equal and free, and should be generally nice to each other, and embrace wine, women, and song. This info dump manages, I think, to really get across Spoonie's background and various forms of inspirations he would come to use in his videos. And in particular, I think his background in theater is actually rather important. It's a detail I don't think enough people bring up about Spoonie. I think it, along with his ability to sort of go off the cuff and tell interesting stories with Dungeons & Dragons sessions, in tandem perhaps explain why Spoonie seems to have such a strong screen presence. And something else I thought I would note now is...
Yeah, but he fell off.
He didn't just make videos and write articles during this time. He also wrote fanfiction, in particular Highlander fanfiction, which sadly, in the Wayback Machine for the SpoonieExperiment.com, doesn't seem to be easily accessible. If anyone has these or knows where I can read them, please be sure to let me know. Regardless though, Spoonie also had ambitions of becoming a filmmaker. In fact, in 2005, Spoonie was originally planning on making an original film, and got some ways into it. And mind you, this would have been before he ended up making videos on YouTube. But back on his blog, he made several posts about the film and its progress, with the film's title tentatively being known as FLGS. However, while this project would occasionally be referenced in some of Spoonie's older videos, it would ultimately end up being put on the back burner, before then completely being shelved, as Spoonie would become dedicated to his work as a video content creator dude. But let this first spark of ambition that crumbled slowly over time be noted as we trudge forward through this tale. Which, speaking of, I think it's probably about time we actually start talking about what he's most well known for, his game reviews.
Yeah, Final Fantasy VIII.
Uploaded on January 24th, 2007, Noah would create his first ever YouTube video entitled Adventures of Bayou Billy, NES Review, Part 1, in which he, well, reviewed Bayou Billy, starting out on this note to the audience.
Now, I know there's a lot of guys out there doing video game reviews, like the Angry Video Game Nerd and RMake21. I love those guys to death, and I'm not necessarily trying to steal their thunder. What I am trying to do, however, is to share with you one particular game that forever darkened my childhood and probably contributed a great deal to making me the psychological mess that I am today. It's not the shittiest game in the world, although it is shittier than a Mormon prom. But what it is the most nipple-twisting, nut-aching, hair-pulling, ulcer-causing, butt-itching, frustrating...
Americans really like those weird combinations of words.
...a game you ever saw, and that game is The Adventures of Bayou Billy.
Which I think pretty well sets the tone. Spoonie here is reviewing games from his childhood that made him the way he is now. And though he may be similar to AVGN, he's just trying to do his own thing. And his own thing he indeed did do. This review in particular comes off more as someone's off-the-cuff responses, sort of like a Let's Play or highlights of a Let's Play. You can sort of tell that some or even most of the video is unscripted, and yet there is an interesting bit of personality in there.
So, you'll notice right away that Billy is a fucking pussy. He's got 2 attacks, a punch and a kick. Oh my god, make it stop. It's the music. This is so funkadelic. Anyway, Billy's got two attacks, a punch and a kick. The punch being a short-range attack that doesn't hurt, and a kick, which is a slightly longer-range attack that doesn't hurt. He's got a drop kick, too. You'll end up using the drop kick a lot. Now, I remember Bayou Billy being really big as a kid, and playing this game, I'll be damned if I can remember why. All I do remember is that A, it had a bitchin' soundtrack, and B,
Let's go
there was
to
this
the
huge marketing campaign behind it put up by Nintendo or Konami.
There you go.
With lasers, Jesus, and you can't tell. They decided to change the plot completely, and if you ask me,
Spoonie's channel into becoming Spoonie's channel.
Into the walls constantly, repeated over and over and over
Okay,
again.
okay. We're gonna watch the Final Fantasy 8 bit and then we'll move on.
Long rail for the entire game.
Then we will move on.
Shit, which is par for the course on the Sega CD, but I certainly wouldn't call this unparalleled cinematic imagery and brilliant SGI graphics. I don't even know what SGI is, and I can't tell what anything in this game is.
Jesus, the sound quality is so bad, by the way. Oh my god.
What the fuck is this? Is that a jellyfish? A red blood cell with a laser gun? What? Bright yellow syringes? Aliens? Asteroids? Olives? Cheeseburgers with lasers? Jesus shit! How much did they inject this guy with anyway? And the game is fucking impossible, too. You can't see where you're shooting because you're looking at your ship dead on from the back, and it obscures where your shots are going because the shots are going straight forward. That means when you're lined up with an enemy, you're blocking your own view of that enemy. You can't see if you're hitting it, you can't see if it's shooting at you, and you can't tell if you've killed it.
This too applies towards a series that would come to launch Spoonie's channel into becoming legendary, something worthy of joining thatguywiththeglasses.com shortly afterward, that being his Final Fantasy VIII multi-part review.
It was one of those type of games where you either loved it or you hated it, and if you ask me, it didn't even really start getting bad till Final Fantasy X. But this one was where it all started going wrong. It seems like they wanted to change everything from the last Final Fantasy game. The characters, the look, the feel, the sound, even the
What's
focus.
with the
They
audio?
decided to change the plot completely into one based more around a central love story than any kind of plot that centers on saving the world. I mean, see if you can even spot what's going on here from the subtitles. These really weird cryptic subtitles that appear all over these Japanese games, and I can't imagine they make much more sense in Japanese than they do in English. But I always like the air quotes, and I'll be waiting here. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. But if there's one thing Square does well, it's making really awesome trailers that overhype the shit out of the game for fanboys who will buy anything Square puts out and consider it a masterpiece. I even met one jagoff at a convention who thought Air Gaze and The Bouncer were really good games. Anyway, there's no real point in trying to piece together what the fuck is going on with the plot because this video makes absolutely no sense. As far as you can tell, there's some queen chick with huge boobs who has real trouble getting through doors because of the big thing mounted on her back. And these two are trying to work out their unresolved homosexual issues by sissy fighting with two of the stupidest weapons in history. There can be only one. Ha, pull my finger. Now you might think there's something epic going on here, like there's some kind of world-shattering event that warrants this duel because of all the Carmina Burana music with the God chorus and the But no, these guys are really just sissy fighting in training. I'm serious. They're just sparring. And from here he moves on to play a card battle game.
They are just sparring, by the way. This is true. This is a true depiction of what's happening.
Owned.
Owned.
I'm gonna harm you. For those of you who can't speak Latin, the chorus is saying, real gay, sissy gay, 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 sissy gay, gay, butt sex, astro glide, glory hole balls, teabag, trunk. Okay, I'm done. I'm not gonna harp on the gay thing. I was just fucking around.
The first part being released on April 4th, 2007, and the last part, Part 11, being released on July 17th, 2009, this review spans nearly 3 hours in length, which admittingly these days is kind of standard for a video going into super detail about a game or whatever, but back in 2007 and 9, this kind of review in this length was damn near unheard of. I think it was this alone that sort of made Spoonie stand out, even if it took a long time to finish the review. This feat alone was crazy at the time. There was also the fact that while Final Fantasy is still quite popular these days, back when this video would have came out, Final Fantasy was sort of considered one of the highest peaks of gaming as far as storytelling and the like goes for RPGs. They were very well respected titles, and if you're not quite getting what I mean by that, Final Fantasy and Squaresoft was to the 90s and 2000s what Dark Souls and FromSoft games are to now. These landmark titles that everyone had to have an opinion on, and that sort of dominated the conversations when new entries would arrive. All this to say, Spoonie was punching at one hell of a popular franchise, and one that no one had really tried to review through video format before, at least not so extensively. Partly due to be frank, video content creation in general still being extremely new, so no one had really had the chance up to that point, but also because I'm sure no one really saw reviewing an entire JRPG as very feasible when on YouTube there was literally a 10-minute limit on how long a video could could be in the first place. This
Ah,
does explain
my
why
God,
Spoon's
I
reviews started
remember
immediately getting more attention,
the 10
especially because Final
minute
Fantasy VIII
limit.
was, well, to compare it to Dark Souls once more. Sorry, I keep doing that.
I cannot believe that YouTube used to have a 10-minute limit on how long your production could be. Jesus Christ. Imagine that being the case now. Oof, that's just... Wow. Also, did something happen to YouTube? Whatever.
Final Fantasy VII was Dark Souls, then it then follows that Final Fantasy VIII was Dark Souls 2. It's not a one-to-one comparison, mind you, but Final Fantasy VIII was a game that was seen as rather controversial at the time, with there being both die-hard fans and die-hard haters that I remember back in the day arguing a hell of a lot whether the game was in fact gem or coal, with Spoonie's video series being firmly placed in the Final Fantasy VIII is coal mindset, and he takes pretty much every opportunity to rip it apart that he can.
You gotta name your GF, which is kind of like your Espers. I don't like the name they give me, and so they give you a lot bigger one. This kind of looks like an ass pickle to me, so I'm gonna name it that, and I don't know, Shiva won't do, I guess Miss Bukaki will do. And you know, this is where I really started taking issue with the game, because after you do this, Quistis starts like giving you tutorials on every single thing in the game, and it's so involved. They changed everything from the ground up, and they made it so needlessly abstract and complicated that this is just the beginning of it. You have to link your magic to your given attributes, and the different kinds of magic you link to your different attributes increase them in different ways. But not only that, you can link your magic to everything else. Not just your attributes, but your various items, your attack, your defense, your luck, everything. But not only that, it matters what quantity of each magic you have. You're not given magic. You have to draw it. And I'll have a lot more on that later. But you can stock up to 100
Oh my God, drawing of magic.
Combine them to your attributes. So basically you want a full load every time of every magic spell conceivable. And if you want magic, you have to draw it from your enemies, which is a combat action. And to do that, you do nothing but draw, basically meaning if you want magic, you have to do this for every spell, for every enemy you meet, and to do that, you have to do nothing but let the enemy mercilessly wail on you while you draw hundreds upon hundreds of magic spells, just so you can be competitive in combat and cast the magic you want to cast. You will spend so many untold hours doing nothing but drawing magic and getting yourself abused it'll drive you batshit insane. I just want to fight. I sound like such a fucking retard when I have to bitch about the Gunblade. And you know why? It's because it's idiots who like Final Fantasy VIII and idiots who defend this thing. I mean, do I even really need to explain to you in how many ways the Gunblade is stupid? You can't tell? I mean, I get the concept. I really do. I mean, really big swords are cool. Guns are cool. But when you mix them both together, you're not always going to get Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what the fuck is it? It's a 4-foot sword, duct tape onto a fucking pistol grip. What the hell does it do? If you swing something this heavy, with such an inappropriate grip, all you gotta do is break your fucking wrist. I mean, does it have ammo? Do you need to reload it? What does the ammo do? What actually happens when you pull the trigger? Does a sword hurt more when you load it with bullets? I just don't get it. And here it comes. The cries of the fanboys. Oh, you're bringing up realism in a Final Fantasy game. Well, yeah, I am in this case. I mean, not only does the Gunblade look stupid, but Final Fantasy VIII marked a transitional point in the series. I mean, you could argue that I liked Final Fantasy VII, and the hero there had a 6-foot Buster Sword that was bigger than him and probably weighed upward of 200 pounds. Did I have a problem with that? Well, yeah, sort of. I mean, but with Final Fantasy VIII, the game's
Well, yeah, sort of.
They actually look like people and not super deformed anime characters. Was it really so out of line to expect them to have more realistic weapons? I mean, everyone else does. And is this the chosen weapon of an entire class of soldiers? I mean, somebody really just miscalculated the coolness factor of the Gunblade. I mean, I could combine random shit too and come up with better stuff than that. I mean, like the Sharkzooka. All the Gunblade does is add a timing puzzle to the fucking game, and I hate timing puzzles. I mean, it's the future. You're a soldier. Get a gun. Why do you need a sword? You see, I may have given you guys the wrong impression when it comes to Final Fantasy VIII. You know, maybe you thought I was just picking on the characters of the story, and maybe it's really not that bad. Noah's just having a good time tearing down a little fanboy legacy. You know what? That's not what it's about. Final Fantasy VIII, to me, is about one thing and one thing only. Pain.
Pockets. Anyway, Seifer is jealous of Zell's horrible aching man crush on you, and really knows how to push Zell's buttons. Oh yeah, I think Zell has ADHD. Check out this total verbal ownage, chicken wuss. Oh no, he didn't! You just got burned! That's your villain for this game, Seifer, the man with the insults of a 7-year-old. Yeah!
So, where was I? Oh, yeah. Final Fantasy VIII sucks, and you suck for liking it. It's a poorly written, badly designed piece of shit with annoying as fuck characters, a pointless card collecting minigame, and the most needlessly complicated and micromanaged character management system ever devised for any game. It's full of ridiculous metagame concepts, boring level grinding activities, and tedious magic collection busywork. The plot makes no sense, the weapons are ridiculous, and the setting is strangely underpopulated and technologically wildly anachronistic. It's long, boring, it's stupid, and I hate it with the fiery intensity of a million Foreman grills.
Of course, I cannot deny the fact that, to be honest, I don't think Final Fantasy VIII was quite as hated or mocked as much as it was until Spoonie's review of it got so popular. In the same way that Doug Walker's Nostalgia Critic series and James Rolfe's AVGN series were both some of the first to cover a lot of these topics and were so very popular, oftentimes this would have the result of said things that they were covering being kind of blindly loved or hated depending on what their opinions were. And if I'm going to be real, this exact same sort of, mindset, shall we call it, is still prevalent to this day, sadly. Now, truth be told, I quite like Final Fantasy as a series, and I also quite like Final Fantasy VIII, so you can understand why for years
we're gonna play it on stream
videos as rather
but I look
bad.
I do
because
hate
he eventually
drawing.
goes beyond talking about just Final Fantasy VIII and into Final Fantasy as a series, including Final Fantasy VII and the original Final Fantasy I. It even takes pot shots at anyone who are fans of the game series in general, anyone who cosplays them, anyone who makes art of them, and likes anime in general.
Oh, hi, sorry about that, I had a bit of a headache. Welcome to my first in a long-running series, I hope, of Final Fantasy games. Right now I'm here to talk to you about, Final Fantasy VII. You see, Final Fantasy VII is actually a pretty good game, especially for its time, but I'm gonna tear it a new asshole anyway. Why? Well, for one, I enjoy pissing creepy fanboys off, but there are a lot of legitimate reasons to hate Final Fantasy VII. Not necessarily for what it is, but what it did to gaming culture at large.
Final Fantasy VII marked a major turning point in gaming in a lot of ways. It was one of the landmark titles that, along with Metal Gear Solid, really put the new PlayStation console on the map, showcasing features and technology that gamers had never seen before, like full-motion video seamlessly integrated into gameplay, colorful art, impressive 3D graphics. From a technical standpoint, it really raised the bar. Even today, when Sony was looking for something to showcase the power of the PlayStation 3 and get people fired up about what it could do, what did they do? Other than lie about their tech demos being pure-rendered, of course. They remade the opening cinematic from Final Fantasy VII, and that just prompted all the fans to ask whether they'd remake the whole game for the PS3. People loved it that much. It was new and it was fresh in almost every respect. It had a futuristic setting, and it made revisions to the combat and magic system that shifted the whole paradigm. It changed everything. So what's the problem? It changed everything. Welcome to the death of the old-school Final Fantasy gamer. Before, with Final Fantasy, it was gamers only. Then when 7 came out, all of a sudden the game became something else. It started attracting a new kind of fan. Really, really creepy anime freaks. All of a sudden, liking Final Fantasy put otherwise respectable gamers on the same bandwagon as people who feel compelled to dress like idiots and who think Neon Genesis Evangelion was really deep. I'm sorry, I just never understood cosplay. These costumes were never meant to be seen in actual 3 dimensions, and nobody in the history of ever has looked cool carrying a 6-foot foam buster sword. It's just childish. You could pervert anything, I suppose, but otaku are capable of some weird shit. You want to see what I mean? Go to Google image search and just type in Tifa or Selfie or any other woman in the Final Fantasy universe and see what you get with the safety filters off. I can't even show you 90% of this shit. Most of these pictures of Tifa seem to be under the impression that her boobs are roughly the size of giant pumpkins with foot-long nipples that stick out like ICBMs. And here's some from the next game. I know these aren't from 7, but believe me, you can find stuff just like it for that one, too. What the hell is Selfie doing with her nunchucks? This must be from Bandcamp. Oh, this is the tame stuff. I even found one of a lactating her man, rape porn, underage character porn, and the gigabytes of over 10,000 nasty mass. But alright, I guess I ought to at least explain how the game sucks. People always compliment the plot, but it really boils down to an angsty, long-haired emo punk tart with a 7-foot sword and an Oedipus complex, wanting to drop a big fucking meteor on the planet for no real reason. Of course, to do this, he has to collect a bunch of magic rocks, and only a group of terrorists rebelling against the oppressive Shinra Corporation, known as Avalanche, can stop him. Some of the characters in this game either. At it, neither is this.
It was clips like these that I'll admit for years sort of put me off to Spoonie, because frankly, he seemed a lot like a grumpy bitch that hated fun things, if it wasn't specifically something that he grew up with enjoying. It also felt like the core reasons he hated Final Fantasy VII was because A, it had whimsical elements and comedy in it, which is something that every Final Fantasy game has. It had a story about a villain that wanted to do evil things, and had a motivation based on revenge, which, despite what random reviewers of the time may think, pointing out objective plot elements does not suddenly make the game bad because you pointed out what the plot is about. This is sadly a bit of a pitfall of many, both movie and game reviewers at the time, though, mind you, where they would basically just point out plot elements and then sort of pause and say, yeah, pretty dumb, right? As if that was some kind of gotcha that they just explained what the plot of the game was about. Lord of the Rings is about a bunch of dudes who want to throw a ring possessed by an evil dude into a volcano. And there's like talking trees, a bunch of different fantasy races, and a bunch of sword fights. Yeah, who's supposed to take any of that shit seriously? Pretty dumb, right? See what I mean? It's just kind of reductive, and then another reason he hates the game is because there are weirdos who draw porn of it online. Like, okay, that and like every other fucking thing online. What exactly does that have to do with the quality of the game, though? If anything, that just makes me question why you're so knowledgeable about porn related to this shit. So again, this stuff kind of put me off to Spoony for quite a little while back in the day when I was watching all of these creators on a daily basis. Because again, to me, Spoony felt like he was just a bitter fanboy in of himself who didn't often know what he was talking about, but liked painting things in the worst possible light that he could, at least with this specific fandom that he particularly hated for whatever reason. But then as time went on and I saw more of his reviews and kind of got to know him a lot more because he was in so many other kind of awesome videos, I finally came to the conclusion that yeah, everything I said was still true, but he was also still pretty funny. Could I point out that Spoony complains about the magic GF system in the game multiple times, and showcase how even after he was corrected on how it works later in the video series by people in his comment section because his original rant on the GF system was so incredibly incorrect in his conclusions he came to with it, and yet even after being corrected, he still is not understanding how it works? Yes, I could show that. I could also point out that what he's complaining about is often the opposite problem people complain about with the system. Not being that the game is tedious, but rather that the system can be so easily broken and make the game far too fucking easy way too early on. Could I also point out that him complaining about people making porn of these characters while literally looking it up himself and putting it in his own video was kind of fucking pointless? Yes, but I also note that him saying all that stuff about anime fans being weird while him saying stuff like this in the same exact review?
That's right, a schoolgirl in a miniskirt armed with nunchucks. Hot. Zell is astonished to the point of wetting his pants at the fact that we actually have a room on the train. Hey, for $3,000, I better have a room. And Selfie starts working her lolicon 12-year-old maturity charms on you.
Sort of feels like he's projecting just a little bit there.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, I could. But, to be honest, even if I have some personal gripes with how the game is covered and the strange bits of hypocrisy and just not understanding the basic mechanics at play, the video is still so full of raw anger and passion, it's hard to not still enjoy it and get a laugh from something in the video.
True.
And I think that really is something. Again, as I pointed out in my Lindsay Ellis section of this whole retrospective, I can disagree with someone's overall takes and opinions on media, but still see the value in their work. And that's sort of how I feel about Spoony's grand Final Fantasy VIII retrospective. It's a pretty funny experience, even if it's laden with issues that stem more from Spoony being kind of up.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I don't have to continue watching this, especially since nobody here knows who Spoony is apart from Zoshelix, and I'm not even sure if Zoshelix is still here, so at this point, let's just move on. Let's cut our losses and move on. Move on to our little segment of the moment. All right. Hmm. Wait, when's... Oh, okay. What am I thinking of right now? Oh, okay. You're still... So wait, do you want me to watch some more Spoonie or move on to the segment? Ah, Zoshelix ignored me. My goodness. I have to do the things. Ah, it's not here. Oh, whatever. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's do this. Guys, there was an angry Polish new viewer that dipped. Opinion. Veto spree turns Polish presidency into a rival government at Ukraine's expense because there's been a project, probably most of you don't know. Okay, probably most of you do know that Poland has accepted many refugees from Ukraine. That is a well-known fact. That is not something that is exactly hidden. It's not secret knowledge that Poland, as the right next door neighbor to Ukraine, has accepted at the beginning of the war, especially a lot of Ukrainian refugees. And with that came certain privileges that Ukrainian people seeking refuge have been given. These were giving a certain specific number, assigning a specific number that all Polish citizens have to Ukrainian people, giving them a simplified path to finding employment or starting a business, access to Polish social benefits, social umbrellas, such as additional money for every single child that one has, access to healthcare. In fact, many, as I remember, many medical facilities have actually opened sections entirely dedicated to Ukrainian people. I remember that I needed to do something at the doctor's office. I would go to the doctor's office and they would tell me, oh no, this section that you came to, that's for Ukrainian people. You have to go somewhere else. So that was a thing. And I actually still think that it's a positive thing. And with time, those sort of social benefits would be prolonged, would be extended, and with time, it would become a political issue because increasingly politicians would say that they will take away those benefits, they will restrict more those benefits, they would... it became, especially after the Law and Justice lost the parliamentary elections at the end of 2023, it became a big source of political discussion between Law and Justice and the ruling Civic Coalition. And of course, the currently elected Law and Justice President Nawrocki has, which is the topic of the segment right now, vetoed a bill to support Ukrainian people that would continue those benefits, those social benefits. And more importantly, it also threatens continued Polish financing of Starlinks used in Ukraine. The little dishes that you can just point to the sky and have the internet. And that is significant because Poland, as far as I understand, is one of the biggest backers, the biggest financiers when it comes to Ukrainian Starlink. So that would deprive a lot of places in Ukraine of having internet. So this is where we are. That is the political situation that we have found ourselves in. And all this in the context of Mr. Nawrocki saying that Ukrainian citizens, that Ukrainian people are treated better in Poland than Polish citizens, which is a nonsensical claim, not really supported by anything. And completely overlooking the fact, something that I have mentioned earlier during the stream, that Ukrainian people put into the economy a lot more than they take out. And to be quite honest with you, Poland should be really grateful that Ukrainian people are here. In fact, the contribution of Ukrainian people, as far as my research has gone, is so big. The contribution to the economy by Ukrainian people is so big that the social benefits could be extended to even those Ukrainian people that do not work, and still the inflow into the economy would be bigger than what Ukrainian people would be taking out of the social benefits. That is a fact that people overlook. And I'm not even going to address the whole argument of Ukrainian people are not grateful for Poland's help, because that is just ridiculous on its face. In just a few weeks since his swearing in, Karol Nawrocki has shown what he wants the Polish presidency to be, with Ukrainians so far paying the heaviest price. And that is absolutely the case. There has been a conversation all day today. I have been following the Polish media all day today. The anti-Ukrainian sentiment is real, even though not so long ago, Karol Nawrocki has written a very heartfelt letter for the Independence Day in Ukraine. He waxed poetics on how Poland stands firmly with Ukraine, how we are friends, we are your allies, we are with you. And then immediately he turns around and screws Ukraine over in a really horrible way. He has already used a string of vetoes, told ministers they should clear bills with him before they even reach parliament, and talked about writing a new constitution to give the head of state far more power, which I have a personal beef. Apart from this being a very bad idea in general, I think this is a very bad idea to change the constitution. I also have a very personal beef with it. It adds up to an attempt to turn the president into a parallel prime minister. The impact of this latest veto on a bill regulating assistance for Ukrainians is already clear. Poland, once held up as an example for how it welcomed millions of Ukrainians in 2022, is now on course to take away their legal protections, work permits, and benefits, which will, of course, negatively impact Polish economy, which is this is idiotic move to take away Ukrainian people's ability to legally seek employment. None of this is about serving Poles. It is about making life harder for the government and driving polarization. I agree with that. And nobody can convince me that there is some real social, legitimate reason for having this sort of thing. Nobody can convince me of that. It is ridiculous. It is just stupid on its face. It is just silly on its face. Vetoes and threats. Nawrocki did not wait long to wield his veto pen. In less than 3 weeks, he has rejected 4 major laws and attached warnings to every move of the government. What stands out is not only what he blocked, but how he used each veto as a lever to claim authority. The first target was the windmill law, a government package to erase restrictions on the wind power development. But let me get more into the Ukrainian. There you go. From ally to obstacle. The most consequential veto came against the Ukrainian aid bill. This law would have extended the special act passed in 2022 that gave refugees simplified residency, access to welfare payouts, the labor market, healthcare, and schooling. I think I don't have to explain why Russia is actually very happy with this. Russia has actually openly praised Nawrocki for doing this, which already should tell you that this is a horrible thing to do. If Russia openly praises something that you do, you should take a step back, really think about it, pause what you're doing, rethink it again, and seriously considering not doing it. It also included safeguards against abuse of benefits and extended temporary protection until March 2026. Nawrocki threw it out, insisting that the so-called 800 plus benefits should only be given to refugees who undertake the obligation to work, which is nonsense. I don't agree with this at all. There are people that have, for example, been very recently fired and they still need those benefits because they still have children. There are people that are disabled parents, Ukrainian disabled parents. They have children. They run away from war and they deserve those benefits as well. There are many situations in which people simply do not have the means to work and in order to gain these benefits. And again, Ukrainian people put into Polish economy enough that it should be no problem for the Polish government to grant these benefits to everybody, regardless of them working or not, because Ukrainian people still at large put into the economy much more than taking out. Just keep that in mind always when hearing arguments such as, oh, Ukrainian people are treated better than Polish people and only those who work should have those benefits. That is not the case. He added that he would draft his own bill, one that would lengthen the wait for citizenship. That is also a big, very bad move. He would draft a bill that would lengthen the wait for citizenship from 3 to 10 years. In his words, include a clear stop to Bandera by criminalizing Ukrainian nationalist symbols alongside Nazi and Soviet emblems. And I just don't know what the point of this is, especially now. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous to tie such historical issues to the welfare and well-being of refugees. I think it's a scummy thing to do, quite frankly. And of course, lengthening the path to citizenship is also, frankly, a bizarre and completely... I have no clue what is the benefit of doing this. What the Ukraine veto means. Poland's response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022 was praised across Europe as exemplary. Well, not anymore. Definitely not anymore. Law and Justice screwed it over with the whole grain scandal. And now Nawrocki is trying to screw over that image even more with his current veto. Within weeks, the Sejm or lower house passed a special law that gave Ukrainian refugees simplified residency, access to healthcare and schooling, and the right to work without burdensome labor permit procedures, which is a big deal, trust me. I have helped out a legal firm, a law practice that organizes legalization of stay for foreigners, and trust me, getting a labor permit is a big hurdle, and it is a big deal. For 3 years, it has kept more than 1 million Ukrainians legal and employed, while sustaining Poland's labor market. Nawrocki's veto of the new extension bill breaks that. The law would have prolonged protection until March 2026 and tightened criteria to prevent abuse of the welfare system. But without it, the entire structure now collapses. The effects are concrete. From October, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians risk falling into legal limbo. As their residency papers expire, regional governors' offices already overwhelmed would be forced to process up to 1 million new applications under normal procedures that take months to even years. Employers who had to simply notify the labor office of hiring Ukrainians will once again need to formal work permits. I don't think this needs an extensive commentary on why this is bad for everybody involved, why this is a horrible idea, and why this is just a bid to fight against the current government that is in charge. That is the only reason. Why Nawrocki killed the bill? At the heart of the clash was the child benefit known as 800+. The government's bill kept payments for all under 18 Ukrainians enrolled in Polish schools, universities, or vocational courses, regardless of whether their parents were employed. Nawrocki rejected this, declaring that benefits should go only to families where parents are in legal work. He said 800+ should only be given to refugees who undertake the obligation to work, presenting it as a matter of justice for Poles, which is bullshit. This is such blatant bullshit. He added that Poles in their own state should be treated at least as well as guests, which echoes his MAGA-style campaign slogan, Poles First. In place of the government's version, he promised to submit his own law, making benefits conditional on work, lengthening the path to citizenship from 3 to 10 years, and criminalizing Bandera symbols, equating them with Nazi or Soviet emblems. And already there are several organizations that house refugees from Ukraine, several organizations that organize housing for them, that have pointed out that there are people that simply cannot work. They physically cannot work, and they still deserve those benefits. So just because of that, the video is ridiculous, and the idea for the new bill is equally ridiculous. And of course, we still have to talk about the Law and Justice Party endangering. There's a whole other aspect to this. Now we're just talking about the benefits aspect. So let's see. The burden myth. The argument that Ukrainian refugees drain public resources does not stand up to the numbers. According to the 2024 Deloitte and UNHCR study, Ukrainians generated around 2.7% of Poland's GDP, and that is a lot. Employment surveys cited by Newsweek Polska shows that between 70% and 80% of adult Ukrainians in Poland are in work, essentially the same rate as among Poles. Economists from The BGK Bank estimated their net contribution to the state budget as over PLN 15 billion in 2024. Even after accounting for social transfers such as 800 plus child benefit. This is exactly what I'm saying, that this benefit should be granted to all Ukrainian people in Poland, regardless of their employment status, because of this huge because of this contribution to the GDP. This is a no-brainer. This is such a no-brainer. Beyond law and justice and beyond Duda, Nawrocki's stance on Ukraine marks a break even with his own political camp. The right-wing populist Law and Justice Party under Jarosław Kaczynski wrapped itself in the mantle of solidarity in 2022, sending weapons and aid while welcoming refugees in huge numbers. Conservative former head of state Andrzej Duda, whatever else can be said on his presidency, was a visible ally of Volodymyr Zelensky, traveling to Kyiv and lobbying NATO partners for support. Nawrocki has repositioned the presidency as openly skeptical of Ukraine's presence in Poland, of Ukrainians' presence in Poland. This is not a continuation of Law and Justice's policy, but a step into harder territory, designed to answer the resentments of the far right. In this regard, Nawrocki appears closer to the nationalist libertarian opposition Confederation Party than Law and Justice. And now we will look for, because there's one more aspect to it that I want to touch upon. And that is, of course, Starlink. Starlink. For that, we're going to be jumping here. We all know what Starlink is. We all know what it does. Elon Musk's famous internet. I cannot imagine a better gift for Russia's President Vladimir Putin's troops than cutting off Ukraine from the internet. Polish President Karol Nawrocki on August 25th vetoed a bill that would have extended financial support for Ukrainians fleeing the war, a decision that officials warn will also cut funding for Ukraine's Starlink internet service starting October 1st. This is important. Poland has been supporting Ukraine's internet connection since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion by financial Starlink systems, which are a lifeline for soldiers fighting on the front line. Presidential vetoes are cutting blindly. Karol Nawrocki turns off the internet in Ukraine with his decision, because de facto it means his decision on the law on assistance to Ukraine citizens. Polish Deputy Prime Minister Krzysztof Gawrowski wrote on X, "This is the end of the Starlink internet which Poland provides to Ukraine, which is waging war. This is also the end of support for storing Ukrainian administration data in a safe space." The Polish president's decision to veto the bill means that as of October 1st, Warsaw will not be able to continue paying for Ukraine's Starlink subscription, a spokesperson for Poland Digital Affairs Ministry told TVP Public Television on August 25th. The bill, which President Nawrocki vetoed, entered the period of assistance, meaning this funding from the Ukraine Aid Fund until the end of March next year, Ministry spokesperson Marek Giogrica said. Therefore, there is currently no legal basis for funding this from October 1st. So, yeah. According to Polish outlet Onet, Nawrocki said on August 25th that Poland's strategic interests have not changed, and Russia remains the greatest threat to security, even though this greatly assists Russia. You cannot even imagine. However, after 3.5 years, the situation in terms of financials and social and political emotions has fundamentally changed. The law that was proposed should be corrected today. This is just, I'm gonna say this. This is because Nawrocki is extremely pro-Trump. Pro-Trump is extremely anti-Ukraine, let's be honest. Trump is trying to get as fast a peace deal as possible. He's trying to pressure Ukraine into that peace. And Poland doing at a critical time of the war something like this definitely pushes things in Trump's favor. That is my opinion on the matter. A Ukrainian diplomatic source told the Kyiv Independent that while Ukraine appreciates Poland's past support, equating Ukrainian symbols with Nazi and communist ones risks fueling negative sentiment in Ukrainian society. Nawrocki, a right-wing nationalist backed by the opposition Law and Justice Party, not only won, blah blah blah. We all know the drill. We all know what happened. Alright. So, Poland, from one of the biggest allies to Ukraine, is sadly becoming one of the obstacles to Ukraine, especially the Starlink part. Starlink could potentially have big ramifications at the front line as well. So on the front line as well. So we'll just have to see how things develop. Things are not good. This is not a very nice story to end the stream on, but unfortunately it is what it is. We are where we are. And it is what it is. Sadly. All right. Okay. Perfect. So I guess I'm just gonna raid everybody here to somebody, somewhere. Oh, no. Oh God, not food shops. Riverboat Jack, there you go. Go to Riverboat Jack and spread my name. Fare thee well, bye-bye. It was fun while it lasted. Bye.